Welcome back, everybody, to Creations with Gildmoor. Last time was really fun. Happy holidays, Happy New Year. And we're going to jump right in. Everybody say hi, just to make sure all your mics and shit are working. They are, but just in case.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Makes perfect sense. Okay, so, sorry. Gonna get through this without trying coughing, because the December cold racks you. Okay. Last time, we ran into a bit of a dilemma when Nev had to figure out where to get scrap metal in order to work on the guns for her client, Cece, who is a member of the Conclave, the mercenary group who is involved in the proxy war against the Drip. So you guys in Northborough, a fishing village with not a lot of access to metal, had to go barter with some ship captains in order to get a crate of it. Which then solved one problem of several, which involved them needing to be able to somehow make a dozen rifles in 12 days. So, quite the task ahead of you, but hey, you're making it work. Meanwhile, Aurora and Cecilia were trying to put together gaps in their memories. Very strange how all of a sudden you just started to not like the temple in Northborough. Just, you have fear for it, you just can't explain. But, meeting back up with the rest of your group, you decided, whatever it is, it's probably not worth investigating further, just because of how strange the occurrences are that happened between the two of you. However, Cecilia, you did search for the missing book on the Mad Prophet, and you did figure out that Rhett did destroy it, or made some kind of deal with bounty to permanently remove the book from existence, and this was not fun, as you two quickly got into a bit of an argument over it. A bit is a bit of an understatement. And made it difficult to trust one another for the rest of the evening, and possibly longer term. The Mad Prophet itself has started to drive a bit of a rift between some of you in this group. And it doesn't seem to be for the better. However, you guys did decide to start heading towards Clanshire, as that's the location in which Nev has to pick up and drop off those guns to her client. But you decided to stop along the way at the Shore Whisper Tower, which you knew that there was a wizard who had lived there, and who could maybe offer you some kind of assistance. When you guys went inside, you realized that this very sea breeze-esque pretty tower has more to it than meets the eye, mainly due to the fact that Mateo Shore Whisper, the wizard who built the tower and lived inside, was a bit more lax on some of the traditional, vibes of being a wizard, and maybe he has a bit of a fixation on the ocean and water, too much for his own good, but he seemed to have a good heart. And not only did he offer you guys some information, but also offered Cecilia some magical spell trade in exchange for doing a small favor for him, which is investigating the fountain in Clanshire and finding out why it's been disabled. Excuse me. He also gave you information on a book called Descent of the Stars that seemed to hold some kind of prophecy or knowledge. It's hard to gauge. It's an old book about what happens when Gith returned to the plane and how it prophesizes that the world might end. And he also spoke about a friend who had approached a crater of a meteor that had fallen from the sky and had been altered by some kind of magic from beyond this world. Right, you were reading through a book that it claimed to have been written by an individual who lived on a comet within the astral plane. Though Mateo did say that he doesn't think it's entirely true, and it could be fiction. But, you were kind of left with all of this information. All of you maybe not in the best kindred spirits, but at the same time working towards a new common goal. Viz, you got to give the wizard some dating advice, because, man, he's having a hard time, bro, with that mermaid. But in all, you found yourselves a nice little place to rest. For the time. You do have some time constraints ahead of you, and some things you need to do. But at this moment, you're okay. So, what would you all like to do?
Okay, I'm outside right now, so yeah, I don't know. Aurora's just watching the ocean, just trying to make sense of what she heard.
Plenty of spots to do that.
Yeah, I got the book, so I'm gonna go outside to Aurora.
Okay, you go outside. As a note, Mateo kind of stops you and holds out with a hand. And he goes, respectfully, little dude, I would rather you not take this really, really expensive shard of a book that I got outside, if that's all right with you.
I thought last time I asked I could just bring it to her.
Oh, to her?
Yeah, just to Aurora so she could read it and then bring it back in.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, but I'll have Eddie go out and watch you. Eddie! You're like, it's like a water elemental just kind of follows you out. Just keeping an eye on the book.
Okay. Red shrugs. He goes outside to go find Aurora. With this water elemental behind him.
Yeah, I think I just walked right outside, so I'm like probably standing next to the. I think if I remember correctly, you said there was like some sort of not a bluff, but like a. She's not away to the edge of the cliff, but like just enough to where she can see the ocean, just kind of listen to it.
Yeah, the cliffs behind the tower are all very much a. Have you guys ever seen pictures of like Dover, with the white cliffs that kind of like go over? It very much looks like that.
Okay.
And it kind of like topples over the top, and you get the sense that there's no beach. So every time the wizard wants to jump in the water, he's just diving into what probably is 30, 40, 50 feet of just ocean crashing against the side of the cliffs.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not to the edge. There's like still a good distance, but I'm just looking out.
Rhett walks over. Pokes shoulder with tail.
Aurora's like, her ear flicks and she turns her head.
Yeah, are you standing or sitting? I can't remember. Sorry.
She's standing.
She's standing. Okay. He'll just hand out the book.
You have a water person behind you.
Yes, this book seems to be very important, so he wants it back, but I thought of you while I was looking at it.
This is the one that written by the person who claimed to have lived on the comet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's scraps and shards of like a journal that's been kind of fuddled with.
Okay. Most likely can't keep it, but while we're here for a little bit, might as well take a gander.
It's like, I think Aurora had already gone outside before he mentioned this, so she doesn't know about this one, right?
Yeah, he explains it.
Okay. Aurora looks at it. That is odd. She gently takes it from Rhett's hands and she opens it and just kind of starts to very carefully flip through the pages, like just reading whatever she can.
And then Rhett will just chill with her then. And just like watch the wave too. He'll stay outside though with her.
Alright.
With who's this water elemental? Which one is
this? This is Eddie.
Eddie. He just looks up at this water elemental. He's like, so nice view. Yeah, I thought so.
The book, Aurora, doesn't have much in it beyond what I've already told Brett. It's scraps of a journal. It's written quite frantically, and there are pieces missing. Itself, it's incomplete. There's no end. It's just these small little shards of. So you find it very relatable. It very much gives you the sense of somebody who's not from here, who's trying to make sense of this world.
Okay. And is it written? What language is it written in? I'm assuming Common.
It is written in common, yes.
Okay. But that's about all she gets, just from what you said to Rhett.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. She eventually finishes reading and hands it back to Rhett. Well, certainly sounds exactly as you said. Someone who claims to have been from the astral plane. I don't think it's sparking any memory for me, though, unfortunately.
Fair.
But thank you. It was worth a try.
Mm-hmm. It's the only thing that I think he was able to have, so I think that's as far as research goes is for here.
Well, this friend of his, who he mentioned being altered by that raider, maybe that is someone we can bump into during our travels at some point.
Bump into is a very kind word. We could try, I think. We got a long way to go.
Yes, indeed. Aurora's gonna look at Eddie, and then just look back at Rhett. How are things in there with everyone else?
I mean, Viz is giving him dating advice, the wizard. Pretty sure Cecilia's trying to find something also. It's okay in there.
Sorry for leaving like that. It was just hearing about that prophecy. I mean, I'm not surprised to hear that a prophecy about Gith showing up involves the world ending. But
that was something.
Yes, that, and it was just a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm. No, it's okay. That's why I wanted to see if there was anything that he had related to this, and that's the only thing I found. Nodding to the book.
Well, thank you, Rhett.
Of course.
I guess we'll just have to keep an eye out for more Gith.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that they don't end this world along with whatever else we've been having to deal with.
Hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully not. I quite like standing on this world.
I can honestly say I've come to enjoy being part of this world too.
Good.
Even if I don't remember much of my previous world.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good.
We should probably head back in, though, and return his book. I don't think he...
If you want to stay out here, I can go back and...
Do you mind just if I stay out here for a little moment longer, then?
Yeah, sure. Give her a bit of a nudge, just side nudge of... Just let me know when, you need anything, okay?
She nods. Thank you. And she gives him a quick hug.
Yeah. Alright, Eddie, let's go get this book back. Waddle.
Alright. What about the rest of you? Anybody up to anything?
I had a question quick.
Sure.
I don't remember from last session. Did Cecilia ask Mateo anything about books on the gods? I feel like she would have if she's looking for a replacement for the Mad Prophet book.
I don't think so. I don't think she did.
I don't remember if I asked specifically. I just asked if I could go look at the library.
Yeah, I think that was more the vibe.
Maybe I'm lying. I can't remember.
No, I would have remembered.
It's been a while.
I would have remembered if you did.
Gotcha. So, I just wanted to be sure of that before I did anything. So with that said, I think Mirabelle will actually kind of approach Mateo Excuse me. Since you're allowing us to see some of your books while we're visiting, you wouldn't happen to have any books on the gods by chance, would you?
It depends what you're looking for, little dude. I'm not really like a gods guy. I mean, like, I give my respect to the Mistress of the Depths because I'm an Her Hunter, but, I'm more of a wizard, dude. I don't, magic from my own hands, but you could take a look. I might have something stored away that I picked up at, like, a yard sale or something.
Fair enough. I guess I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask.
I mean, yeah, I feel like maybe I've got like the ABCs of Gods book back there, like the one they read to like kids. I don't know if that tickles your fancy, bro, but we might find that.
I think initially at hearing that, Mirabelle looks a little offended, I guess, because, book for children. But she kind of shakes that off real quick. If you've got it, I suppose it wouldn't be much trouble if I could look at it, if that's alright.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to find it. My library is not super duper organized, bruh. Sorry. Because, I kind of just divide it by, like, books on water, books on ocean, books on magic, and then, like, you can look in the back section there, and that's just whatever I find.
Very well, I'll go take a look.
All right. You head through the shelves, and he was exactly right. This is what happens if a surfer bro had a library. Like, it really is. You know how aesthetic girlies like put their books together by like colors, and they do like a rainbow across their bookshelf? This isn't that. This is like what happens if a teenager was really into sharks and had 1,000 shark books and put all the shark books at the front so that they could always have access to the shark books, and then everything else kind of just fell flat in the back. So it feels very much like you're walking through the front door of a Barnes & Noble in the first 6 or 7 shelves. And then when you get to the back, it's like you walked in one of those like collector's bookstores where they have books on the floor and the whole place smells like mothballs. That's more of the vibe in the back. So I'm going to need you to make an investigation check to see if you can find what you're looking for.
Alrighty then. 17.
Okay, 17. Okay. So, you do find a book. It is a, you realize that it is exactly what was described to you. It is a children's book based on the Scattered Pantheon. And it's called S is for Scattered. You pick it up and you're kind of like, oh man, this looks like really... It doesn't have like fun colors or anything on it, but you can tell that it's very basic reading for people who are trying to learn how to read, who maybe never had that growing up. So it's written with, precision and accuracy the way that any nonfiction book would be, but it's easy to understand and comprehend. So you open it up and you realize that every single page is a list of the different gods. And you realize that they're not... The interesting thing about this is you see God's real names, which you don't often see. Most of them... go ahead and make a religion check for me.
Alright. That's an 8.
Okay, an 8. You've always assumed it's like a respect thing to like call the god by their name. For example, you would not refer to the lawbearer by the lawbearer's name, even though you know she must have one. She's the lawbearer. And that's how most, courthouses and places of importance and temples to her would refer to her as. So you're not sure what the deal is with this book, but it seems very informal and like almost a little disrespectful. And you're wondering how exactly this surfer dude got his hands on this.
That definitely intrigues Mirabelle, but I think there's one in particular she's most interested in, and she's gonna flip through this book until she finds something regarding the Gravekeeper.
Okay. So you're going through it, and you do find the Gravekeeper page, and it is under G. And this is what it says on the page. G is for the Gravekeeper, Gildmoor, who guards the realms where the departed souls reside, with a skeletal arm and balanced scales by her side. The picture, because there is pictures in this book, the picture depicts it's weird because my throat is literally coiling up trying to like think of how to say this because it's gross. It looks gross, but it looks pretty. It's a picture of a decaying woman, but standing up as though she's walking. In her hands, her face is beautiful, but twisted. Not from evilness or anger or rage. It's twisted from time. And you see that where on the one side of her face you can see lines and wrinkles from where she must have lived a long life. The other side is drooping and looks paperish. And in her skeletal arm, there is a balanced set of scales. And you realize, just looking at it, you flip through the book, you flip back, you flip through the book. It's the same set of scales that you see on another page, the L page. L is for the lawbearer, Thultaria, goddess of light and justice so fair, silver scales balanced, spreads peace everywhere. It's the same set of scales.
Interesting. I guess this is probably a long shot, but since there's pictures, I might as well ask. Does that picture of the Gravekeeper, I guess the one of the Lawbearer too, though that one's probably less likely, do either of them look familiar based on what Mirabelle does remember from, like, her final moments in her before she was reincarnated?
Ooh, good question. Make a... What fucking check would this be? I'd say wisdom because it's your memory, but I feel like this isn't your wisdom because you got reformed. Make a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw. Okay. That would be a nat 20, so 21.
Okay. The drooping face that you see on the page for Gildmoor, you do remember. Because you remember that face not with this serene look that is drawn in this book. You remember the face had twisted and the droopingness had been a form out of pity. And you remember that skeletal hand putting the scales at her side and reaching out with her other hand and touching underneath the side of your jaw. And as you made eye contact with her, you could see fully a sense of pity and a glowing set of light blue eyes that just seemed to get brighter and brighter and brighter. And then you don't remember anything else.
I guess with that in mind, Mirabelle's just gonna spend the next several minutes just flipping through this book, trying, like, she's remembering what Lady Bridget said about what she remembers about that maybe not being as it seems, because she remembers something striking her down. It wasn't Severine, it was something else. And if it wasn't the Gravekeeper that she went to pick a fight with, I guess she's gonna flip through, see if anything else rings any bells regarding who else could have been involved, assuming it was a god she picked a fight with, based on what she remembers.
For sure. Make another charisma saving throw. The DC on this one is going to be higher, okay?
Right. That one's a 4.
4. Nothing. It's like pulling at strands of darkness that you just can't touch. And you wonder if it's not the memory you're getting wrong. It's the feeling. Because something's not right. What you saw, you know you saw it. And you remember something. And you're starting to wonder if maybe those two things don't add up. And if there's maybe something missing.
I guess with that, she'll probably just keep poring over this book for a little longer before she puts it back and rejoins the others.
Okay. Anybody else?
I was gonna look around in the library a little bit.
Okay. What are you looking for?
Like real quick, she is just gonna do a scan of like, well, I'm here. So she's gonna see if there's anything on the Mad Prophet, knowing probably not.
You're looking for
also-
books on the Mad Prophet?
Yes, but also she knows that the books that she had on like the Mad Prophet and the Mutilator, they were part of a series. Are
Mhm.
there any other volumes of that series here?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. Ooh, do I use any of my features and abilities to roll higher? Is Mirabelle still in the library?
She would be, yeah. You're doing this at the same time.
Yeah, I did say she'd kind of just be reading her book for a little while before she rejoins everyone else, so if Cecilia's in there at the same time.
Okay, so then I will use Saving Face then to add +1 to that roll. And then you said investigation?
Mm-hmm.
19.
19. In the back of the collection, with other books stacked on it, you spot something. It doesn't look like the Mad Prophet book, but there is a book there. And it does look pretty similar to that series that you were collecting.
Yeah, take a little peek.
Okay. You realize why Mateo might have accidentally picked up this book, but you can also see that it's buried. Almost in like this wasn't what I was looking for, and he tossed it away. But he wasn't really thinking when he passed it away and not looking at what it was, rather was thinking about what it wasn't. Because the first name on this book, first of all, it's numbered 4, which I believe you had 5,
I
9,
had 7, 12, and 13.
7, 12, and 13. Wait, did I
Yes.
count this wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I have it written down that the Mutilator was 7, the Mad Prophet was 12, and then the Nihilist was 13.
Okay, yeah. You know, you're right. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at my actual chart. You find number 4. And the book is titled The Mistress of Screams.
Who is that?
Make a religion check.
That sounds so scary. Oh! Monkey! Nat 20.
You got a nat 20.
I got a little mister.
Okay,
fern dice.
on your fern dice. Well, for starters,
I rolled on that dice.
it's easy to figure out why Mateo Shore Whisper probably accidentally picked up this book. He probably thought it was a book about the Mistress of the Depths, and then chucked it to the back. Because the Mistress of Screams is, all of the hallowed gods are almost the antithenes of scattered pantheon gods, and the Mistress of Screams is the antithemy of the Mistress of the Depths. While the Mistress of the Depths is known for the ocean and all life in the ocean, the Mistress of Screams is, if you shouted and screamed as loud as you could and it meant nothing but blackness, that would be her domain. If you dropped a penny and halfway across the world, your brother had a heart attack at the same time, that would be her domain. She's not just the goddess of what is beyond the veil, but she's also the goddess of misfortune.
God, beyond the veil and of misfortune.
Yeah. The in-between of fate would be the Mistress of Screams' domain. You also know that her biggest rival, with a natural 20, her biggest rival wasn't actually the Mistress of the Depths. The two were like antithenes of one another. They didn't like each other, but never really crossed paths. The Mistress of Screams was cast away by the Lady of Luck.
So her biggest rival is the Lady of Luck. That makes sense.
It's not that her biggest rival is the Lady of Luck.
Goddess.
The Lady of Luck is what cast her away.
So who's her biggest rival?
It's an assumption you can make.
I'm confused.
Gods
confused.
Gods hold grudges differently than mortals. You don't know. Not all gods have an enemy that's another god. Sometimes they just exist in a domain. But when push came to shove, it was the Lady of Luck who sealed away the Mistress of Screams. And this was way back. This was during, this would have been during the Hollow. Before the Hollow, actually. Right at the beginning of the Hollow. And she was also one of the first goddesses to be sealed away of the Hollowed Pantheon.
On that, not 20, or I'll make another check. Are there active followers of the Mistress of Screams, similar to how there are there are clearly followers of the Mutilator and the Mad Prophet?
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check. Nope, this would be religion. Make another religion check.
Damn,
or history. History.
The other one. Okay.
History or religion, but history's going to give you a different answer.
Okay. Well, that's a 1. So.
Okay.
I mean, it's a 9, but it's a 1.
It's a 1. You can't think of anybody historically that would follow the Mistress of Screams, but then again, you can't think of anybody smart, intelligent, wise or dim, cunning or not so cunning, who would even think that a good idea would be to follow a goddess of misfortune.
Okay.
You also notice on the inside of the book, right at the bottom of the spine, similarly to how on the Mutilator book there was the bloodied hand that was kind of dripping. You couldn't tell it was blood because it was on the spine of the book, but you knew it was. The bloodied hand dripping, and with the Mad Prophet, it was the three bones, and then the other one was the black circle in a ring with the 2 black dots. On the side of this book, you see black antlers crisscrossing.
Oh, interesting. Alrighty. Yeah. I want this, but I really want to complete a collection.
It's a little difficult to hear you. I think you're covering your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Better.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, say all that again.
Cecilia wants this book. She wants to complete a collection, but she's not gonna steal it. So, she's going to... Oh, just while she's here, is there anything on... Like, is there anything else on, like, the astral plane? Or comets? Or weird celestial occurrences?
No. Mainly because you know that already Mateo went and collected everything he thought might be useful in that regard.
Okay.
Again, most
And
books
then
here
nothing
are
else
on
on,
water, underwater, sharks.
Yeah,
It's, you know,
for sure.
a surfer's library.
Yeah. Is there anything... Maybe this is a stretch. Is there anything written by the wizard he was talking about? Lady Brindove?
That's a good question. Make an investigation
Does he have any of, like, her publications?
Go ahead and make an investigation check. And let me pull something up.
I'm rolling like garbage again. I'm going to... This feels important. I'm gonna use Chromal Shift to re-roll that.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a different dice, because... Yeah. Okay. You said investigation?
Yes.
22.
22. You don't find books, but you do find a collection of letters. And that's because, Mateo keeps every letter he's ever been given. And he stacks them very neatly. He just kind of puts them in little cubbies along, like, the back wall of the library. And he sorts them by name. And you kind of, like, take a peek over just to see, because you're curious. And you do see that under B, where you can see the name Bridov, there is a collection of letters there.
Are they open?
They have been opened, and they're put in envelopes.
Okay. I will read some of them.
Okay.
If any of them seem, like, personal, I won't read them.
Okay.
You know? But, like...
They're love
if it's
letters.
just, like,
No,
no, but, like, you know what I mean? If they're like, hey man, I've not been doing too great lately. You know, something like that, I won't... You know?
Life's been
like,
hard. They
if
just
they're-
don't understand me the way you do.
Yeah.
I know. Don't worry.
Yeah. I won't read it, but, like, if it's anything on, like, academic... Like, if they're reporting academic pursuits, you know?
Okay. You realize that the letters go back 15 years. How far back do you want to look? There's
start
easily
with the last-
there's easily probably 1,500 letters here.
Oh, geez. I'm going to start 65 days ago, because that is when he said the weird thing happened with her body, where she kind of became space. So I would like to look at all of the letters in, like, the year preceding that, from, like, 65 days ago to the year preceding that, to see if she was talking about what specifically she was looking into.
Okay, while that happens,
It's like-
because I need to go pull some shit up. Does somebody else want to do something in the meantime?
Nev is just working on her guns in the cart outside.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say,
You-
Shex, you're fucked.
Yeah. Humming to the Espanian version of Whenever, Wherever by Espanian Shakira.
Love that.
You're just humming this while you're like
Oh my
clang, clang.
Oh my
Exactly,
God.
yeah.
Shakira is canon now. I love that.
Shakira's now canon.
I will say this: if Nev's doing this, Aurora's ears is gonna kind of flick in the direction of Nev, and she's not gonna break a phase at all, but she's just gonna kind of like slowly nod along to the song.
Nev isn't paying attention. Nev's working on her gun.
Okay, that was enough time. Don't worry. Thank you, y'all. Okay, you find a letter dated back 65 days ago. It's more like It's more like 61 days ago. You get a sense that the letter had to send. But I will read you the letter. Mateo, I hope this letter finds you well amidst your studies and endeavors. I find myself compelled to share with you, my former apprentice, the recent developments in my research, particularly concerning ultrathene. This is more of a warning. Do not join me. I know I asked you previously, but after finding what I've found, I cannot put another soul in danger. Not over this. I have undergone a transformative experience. The very essence of something has been delved in my person. I don't look the way I once did. I don't feel the way I once was. I'm not entirely sure I am still myself. The rest of Wyland's government does not seem interested in my research nor my transformation. This does not surprise me, but it does disappoint me. I'd ask for a convening of minds, knowing yours to be intelligent and just, but I worry about what all this might mean. I worry about dragging you into this, and I worry about the people lurking around the site. Stay away. Write to me less. Keep me in your thoughts, as I keep you in mine. Your ever gracious teacher, Win.
Okay. Looking back then in the letters before that, Cecilia is now going to specifically look for any information on ultrathene.
Okay. You go back in letters, and you realize that this thing, that she's been researching, it's a sample of a substance that she took from a meteor. Now, she notes in her studies that this is different from nithine. While nithine is a dark green, this substance is translucent, almost purplish. She notes that it reacts to magic similarly to nithine, but with a much more explosive result. Nithine, of course, is flammable and combustible in nature, and that's why it's so dangerous and used in the correction of skyships. This seems almost a step up. Not only is it a step up, it seems extremely rare, and she talks going back about how difficult it is to find among sources of nithine. And then she talks about the fact that she's not sure she wants anybody to know this exists.
In these letters, when she talks about the crater where she went, sorry, my headphones had to reconnect or something. The crater where she went to go find it was near Crin Keep, and she mentioned people lurking around the site. Does she give any more specifics as to who those people are?
Make an investigation check with disadvantage.
Okay.
You're going through a pile of letters, 1,500 letters to be exact, and you're also now trying to cross-reference.
Yeah. Well, I'm only looking at in the last, year, 2 years.
Yeah.
Not before that.
Yeah, that's easily over
Okay.
250 letters.
Okay. Well, 14.
14. It's not that it's people, but there are a couple of letters that go back that points to. So she was very interested in, from the time she was young, it seemed that all of her spare moments were taken doing something she calls astral projection, and it would search through the vast universe and beyond. She was very interested in the stars and the people who might be within them, and was almost interested in researching a study of magic and arcanum that was different than anything that had been researched in the past. And you also see bits of hinted frustration due to rejection, lack of evidence in her research, as everything that she's collecting is through this projection. You do see that while she projects, she goes farther outwards sometimes to see if anybody knows what she's doing. And she doesn't say who, but she does express concern that other scholars might be keen to pick up her information and how they could use it for nefarious purposes. If not nefarious, selfish.
Okay. Does any of the like astral projection and stuff like that, this kind of like different study of magic, just like on a theoretical note, is that at all similar to chronomancy? Like, does any of what she's doing, is there like threads of like similarities than like the traditional schools of magic?
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Uh, 16.
16. You don't think it's similar to chronomancy? Or maybe it is and that just hasn't been explored yet, and you kind of note that away for potential research in the future. But you wonder if it's similar in the sense that the fundamentary schools of magic, the ones that do not include chronomancy or graviturgy or even this astral projection here, you wonder if they're branches and combinations of other schools of magic working together to create something new. You can compare it almost to Nev as well. You've seen Nev use magic, but it's an unconventional way of using magic. It comes from understanding fundamentally what something is, and then twisting it. And you feel like maybe that's what's happening here.
Okay. So like the processes are a little similar.
Perhaps.
They're not like, she's not like a chronomancer.
Perhaps.
Do I have any other questions? Oh, does she ever mention Gith? Or people that look like Aurora? Or that weird word we've heard. What was it? It was Riznodon. Just like as I was, did any of those words come up as I was reading?
Riznodon did not come up. Gith came up in passing, but almost as like a in the future we could even see this.
Okay. Yeah.
There is notes that what interests you is the way she talks about certain elves. Particularly she herself is an elf, and you could tell because she'll sometimes refer in her letters to like elven study. She refers to elves as bearers of time several times. You see like her actually refer to the race of elf as a bearer of time. And there are several moments in which she talks about how the bearers of time seem to be fundamentally changing. And because she's put it in caps, like a proper noun, you assume she's talking about elves. And you wonder if that has something to do, because she's talking about the bearers of time changing in her astral projections. You wonder if that's referring to elves who look different, and if that might be Aurora.
Cecilia's writing all of this down in her in like a little and put them all back and bring the book on the Mistress of Screams downstairs.
Okay.
To go talk to Mateo.
All right. The rest of you see Cecilia come down the steps. Mateo is like looking at his water genasi Eddie, and he's kind of just like looking at him. Ah, fuck. I'm not sure if I'm liking the way you look anymore, bud. Sick, dude! And he, like, puts his hands together and makes, like, a little water mohawk. That's your new vibe. Oh! Hey, little hobgoblin girl, what's up?
Hello. I was wondering if you had a policy on borrowing from your library?
Don't work in borrowing. Work in trade or purchasing.
Okay, how much for this book? As
You-
she was on the Mistress of the Screams.
He looks at it. Hold on. Where did you find that?
Oh, it was covered in dust on a back shelf somewhere.
I've never seen that book before in my life.
You didn't purchase this? It was strange. It was in your Mistress of the Depths section, but I do feel like that was perhaps an error.
No, I feel like I would have remembered fucking up that bad. No, I've never seen that book before.
Okay. Well, can I take it off your hands then? I have a collection of this.
Yeah, sure. It's not mine, so go for it.
Oh, for sure. Great.
Cool.
You want me to give you something for it?
Do you have something you want to give me? I mean, I didn't know that was there. I mean, I was just gonna let you have it. Are we still?
I'll take it then.
Are we still trading spells?
Yes. Did I? Yes. What did I say? I thought I had already given him one, but had I not?
You spent the rest of your time there, kind of just drawing up scrolls. You just hand him the scrolls. He takes it back and hands you 3 scrolls as well.
Yeah.
I remember you gave him a spell.
Yeah, I think I did. Didn't I?
It was
give
like
him...
fortune. It was like
Fortune's
something.
Fortune's
You
favor.
gave him Fortune's favor,
Yeah,
and I
you
believe
Nancy.
I don't think he gave you 1 spell, didn't he? Was it Water Wall?
I think he.
It was water wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he gave me Water Wall because there was not like a first or second level.
That's right. Okay, so he gives you the spell for Water Wall. He takes your Fortune's favor. He goes, sick. This is gonna be
sorry.
helpful when I'm talking to the what?
He also gave me the spell to fix the well.
Yes, that's right.
But that was separate. That's what it was.
So, like I said before, my dudes, if you go fix the well in Clanshire, I'm happy to give you one of my, like, something as a reward. Was there something in particular you wanted from my collection? Or did you want money? What can I do for you?
Saying this out of character. I
would
think
be
we talked about
helpful.
him teleporting us.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's super minor. Oh, is this in character or out of character? I'm confused.
That was out of character.
Out of
yeah,
character.
no, that was out of character.
That
We were still
he
outside.
said he would do that and then also reward you, because this is a big favor you're doing for him.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I will say at this time Aurora is walking back inside.
I have a great collection of items in my shop downstairs. You're happy to you can take one of those off my hands if you do this for me, or I could just give you some gold.
I think Nev kind of perks up at like the magic
Weren't you
items just like
outside?
for
Weren't you
free as a
outside?
I thought
She came
you're
in.
Are you
Yeah,
not
she
in
came-
art
she
working
came
on your guns?
Outside working on guns.
I think okay. I think she came in upon Aurora going in.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Sure.
Okay.
Also, because I haven't talked at all this session. So.
Fair. Well,
Be outside, be disowned out to the wilderness to build your guns.
Mm-hmm. She's taking a very short break just to give her hands a break.
Have some coffee
And
and
she's
vodka.
like, yeah, she's just like, magic items as like a free reward for doing this thing.
I mean, it's not free. It's what I'm paying you.
Well, yeah, that's, but like, you get what I'm talking about. I kind of want to see what you got, first of all.
Okay. Come take a look, dudes. And he walks downstairs, Eddie kind of trailing after him. As you head down into the shop, you get the smell of sea salt that kind of just whips through the air. You see a couple letters just randomly appear on the desk, by the way. and you realize that there's some kind of magical. There is a mail slip of like hand delivering letters, but there's also like it's weird. Like sometimes a letter will slide through and it doesn't look like anybody passed it through on the other side, and then sometimes they'll just appear on the desk. There's definitely some weird magic shit going on there. On the wall, he kind of points around and he goes, okay, what do we got? You could have the Mystic Tide conch, and he points at like this conch shell that's kind of like hanging up on a shelf. You could have the Bag of Holding, and he points to like a bag that's kind of just sitting there. I have a Pearl of Power that I got from Damien, who's a merman down in Argolis. So that's cool. There's my Manta Ray cloak that helps me move faster in water. And I got a couple other things. I'd have to dig them out. Any of those strike your fancy?
I want to see what else you got. I'm just curious about your collection.
All right.
Nev is like, I'm like, Nev's like, okay, pretty good. I want to see more.
He goes behind.
Also, because she already has a bag of holding, so.
Your bag of holding can only hold junk.
It can only hold. Excuse me.
It's not an official bag of holding in the same way that.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Meg? This is the thing.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
entire time, it's been a junk bag of holding.
It's a junk bag of holding, so you can't put anything real in it. It only holds junk. It's
Junk,
specifically
okay.
designed to hold junk. In the same way that Cecilia's shoe bag of holding only holds shoes. It's
Got
a Barbie
it,
dream
okay.
closet of shoes.
It's a Barbie, except mine's a Barbie dream junkyard.
Yeah, it's a
Yours
scrap.
is, what's his name?
Cecilia
Oscar,
is-
the guy who lives in the garbage can.
Yeah, Cecilia
Oscar
is
is
Barbie.
Barbie.
Nev is weird Barbie. It's now canon.
Nev is weird Barbie.
No, it's a fucking Oscar the Grouch and Margot Robbie over here. Like, that's what we've got going on.
Okay, Nev wants to see what else you got.
He walks behind the counter and he goes, "Don't follow me, dudes, you'll get fucked up." And he starts looking through his stuff. You see him, like, open up a drawer, and then a thing pops up. It's like a projection almost of, like, this shimmering light. And you see runes that are just kind of lined up in the air. And you see him, like, look at his finger and go, I always forget my password.
I also found a... Like there's a dog.
What?
behind
Wait,
me.
dog.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
sorry, my Alex just
heard
came in.
dog.
Alex just came in and took the dog.
dogfish.
He was
Oh,
fucking pouting.
okay.
He was pouting.
Sorry, Teo has a dogfish.
He pulls out, he looks at this projection, he goes, I always forget my password. Alpha, Beta, Omega. And he just starts clicking some, like, buttons on it in a projection of nothing. There's nothing there. And then you hear, boop, and something opens up from underneath, and he goes, okay, I have an Eversmoke bottle. And he holds up this, like, bottle that looks like a really, really fancy beer bottle that's sealed. It's clear, completely clear, and it looks translucent on the inside. I have these boots of elven kind, and I have this. And he takes out a helmet, and it looks like a really... There's really no way to explain it besides that this helmet looks like if King Triton's daughter went to an arts and crafts event and was asked to recreate King Triton's crown. That's what this looks like. It looks like the macaroni salad, like the macaroni art of helmets. It's not nice looking by any means, but it does look like a kindergartner mermaid made it. And he kind of puts it on the table and he goes, that is super useful to me, and I would be a little disappointed if you took it, but a deal is a deal. That is a helm of comprehend language. The reason I like it so much is because I can convene with, well, anybody in the
The
ocean.
fishes.
No, not just the fish. You know, it's like Triton and mermaids speak different languages, so it's just helpful to...
Yeah, I know. And the fish.
Yeah. That would technically be a helm of, speak with animals. This is specifically language.
Aurora does kind of give the boots of Elvenkind a curious look.
So wait, we got boots of Elvenkind, Pearl of Power, ever smoking bottle, bag of holding. What were the other ones?
The Mystic Tide Conch?
Mystic. What the fuck is that?
It's my Mystic Tide Conch.
What's it do?
You blow on it.
And okay. What did it do after that? Is that it?
Well, it does stuff depending on what you want it to do. It can make a fog cloud. It can startle your enemies. It can also make a silent sound. Depends. It's a tide conch.
First of all, silence
You can
doesn't
also
make a sound.
You can also hear the ocean when you put it up to your ear.
Cute. As Nev looks at the other stuff. Give me a sec.
He like walks over and like pats the conch. You have a feeling he has like a particular affection for the conch shell.
Sorry, my brain is getting back to the fucking SpongeBob episode with the conch shell. That pearl tower looks pretty nice.
Yes, are these like, we get one of these? Or do we get multiple? Like, what exactly is the reward parameters?
Yeah. What are you willing to give up?
You'll either get one of those or 800 gold.
Oh, Nev kind of looks at the rest of everyone like, I don't know about you, but 800 gold sounds, a split amongst all of us sounds pretty nice.
I will eventually need more paper, so yes.
And I'll eventually need more metal. And I don't like buying it, so.
You don't have to decide now, my dudes. You can also wait. I mean, how about you one trick pony at a time kind of thing,
Nev kind of turns around to the rest of the group. Everyone for gold say aye.
How about, oh, no, he's right. How about we, okay, well, what's the vibe right now? And then we'll think on it, and then we'll do this again when we come back. How does that sound? Vote
Fine
now,
by
but
me.
also
That'll be
later.
agreeable.
I vote for gold, and I vote for gold later, too.
Okay.
I will admit, I tend to have a bit of a problem being quiet, and those boots seem like they might be able to help, but we could all benefit from them.
Parlor is very interesting to me personally, but I would take whatever the group decides as well.
Agreed.
Okay.
Either way, your silly fountain's gonna get fixed. Either way.
This is all items of your personal collection, right? So they're not for sale?
No, they're for sale.
How much are they?
It depends. Cause
Elven boots.
the elven boots. He takes a look at them. You're looking at like 2,000 gold.
Never mind. I'm not gonna ask anymore. Right, walks out.
Yeah.
No,
I think both myself and Aurora just had a conniption.
Oh. So would Cecilia know how much if that is a jacked up price?
Yeah, also Nev, because Nev works in a pawn shop.
Nev works in a pawn shop. Cecilia knows about enchanting items a little bit.
For sure.
On theory.
Go ahead, make a insight check.
Okay.
Wait, can I make a different kind of check? Because I'm going more from, like, my knowledge as a pawn shop person.
Well, you don't.
Can I do it?
You don't work in a magical pawn shop. You work in a pawn shop.
Yeah.
So you,
Still. Can I make an Arcana check?
I mean, it's Arcana if you want to like know what is actually like. Sure, you can make an Arcana check if you want to know what the actual magic that would enchant these items is. But if you're looking to see if he's jacking up the price, this would be more like insight.
Okay. Can I get advantage because I'm inciting an object and not a person?
No, you're inciting him to see if he's jacking up the price.
Damn it. Okay, fine. 11.
I
11.
got a 15.
15. Magical items in general have different prices based on where you're getting them. So if the only magical barterer is Mateo for miles, then he is going to have no competition and is going to set the price that he thinks is fair based on how much work he put into getting the item. You get the sense he's being fair because he doesn't have any other way to behave. He's like, objectively, this is how much this item should be worth. I think I should sell it for this.
That is insane.
Okay.
Magical items are not cheap. They are expensive. In Umberfall and in Westover, common magical items aren't too expensive. But that's because they're mass-produced, like the way anything would be mass-produced. Things with real tangible enchantments, they are expensive.
How much is the Pearl of Power?
Pearl of Power. Okay, dude, let me take a look. 1,000 gold.
Okay. Well, you know what? We'll decide when we get back. We should head out and start making the journey. How does everybody feel about that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Sick.
Sounds good to me.
Well, thank you for the help, dudes. Much appreciated. I'll be here waiting.
Sweet. And then Nev's gonna go up to the cart.
Go.
Get back to work.
Working on your guns.
Back to her.
Okay. Is there anything else any of you are doing in the Shore Whisper Tower, or are you moving on?
Nope.
Moving on.
By the way, this is totally objectively out of care. I'm literally interrupting to say something I just noticed. I have been thinking for months about what Rhett's eyes remind me of. And I'm watching the stream right now so I can see when you talk Wild and I can see Rhett's eyes. They remind... Sorry, this is such a weird thing to say, like, right in the middle of the game. Have you guys all seen She-Ra? They remind me...
Jesus fucking Christ.
They remind me of when Horde Prime jumps into a body and the white eyes glow around the green. Don't they?
Thank you.
That's what they remind me of. Sorry, that's so out of character. I've been wondering what the hell they remind me of for so long, and it finally clicked, so I needed to comment on it. My bad. That's what they remind me of. Like, you know when he jumps from clone to clone and he has like the little white glow and you know it's him?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it reminds me of, the green with the white glow.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sorry, that's what they remind me of.
I think I'm one of the only people who get the reference.
Allison should get the reference. We watched it together.
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
We watched
Keyword. Vaguely.
We watched it once together, like, at the beginning of the pandemic. Like, that is...
A lot happened during that.
Yeah,
right.
I'm gonna... Oh, that's...
For my computer, yeah, I got the reference.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like most people here have seen She-Ra. I feel like most of you have. I feel like Chaotic's definitely seen She-Ra.
Not me.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So most of you know what I'm talking about. Evan, have you seen this She-Ra?
Oh my god.
Have you
We're
seen
playing a
the
game, guys.
She-Ra?
We're playing
No.
D&D checks. Let's bring
No,
it
I
back.
haven't.
No.
Sorry. Okay.
No,
Okay.
If the DM wants one time, we derail it so much. Let Shex derail it once.
Yeah.
This is I just derailed my own narration, by the way. I just went, actually, pause. I don't want to say this, actually. I'm going to say something else.
I'm glad you've been thinking about Rhett's eyes so much.
Because every time I look at them, I'm like, what does it fucking remind me of? It finally registered. Okay, anyway. All right. You all leave Shore Whisper Tower and leave the scent of seawater and the breeze behind as you all hop back in the cart. I am going to say logistically, this is a small cart, and Nev is currently completely occupying it with several molds of rifles that are...
Not completely. I am small.
You're fucking... how many pounds of metal is not? So when you take it out, these giant sheets of metal, it's going to be very difficult to have all of you sit in the cart. So you're going to have to either walk next to the cart while Nev's working, or somehow find more horses. But
Aurora will walk.
Wait, but now we're walking. It's like,
But yeah, hey, we were all able to squeeze in.
Yeah, we were
before.
all able to fit in it before.
That was before you started having to build more weapons, because you have that molds now.
But then that literally defeats the whole purpose of the cart to
Yeah,
limit
that's
travel.
why we got the cart.
Oh boy. Oh, logistical. This is
Yeah.
a fucking. This is a logistical nightmare
point
with
is-
you building molds of guns inside
Okay.
a cart.
Everyone vote if we care about logistics. We bought the cart for a very specific reason.
Oh boy.
I don't think I've ever cared about logistics.
No.
Okay. Fine.
This is a fantasy world.
Question. Will some of us walking slow us down?
It. Well,
Because I think that was the whole point of us getting the cart, was because even
Yeah.
if like some of us walked, if we just got
Okay.
like 2 horses,
I
and
don't.
us
I don't.
walked-
I don't fucking care that much. You all get in the cart somehow around
Thank
Nev
you.
building shit, and you're gonna have to hold stuff for her and like carry things at certain points because they're occupying your space when you sit. I want you to look at that picture I just sent and picture fucking 7 of you or 6 of you sitting in that cart while Nev is making shit out of giant
that's the
sheets
cart
of
we-
metal. That is what a cart looks like when it is carried by 2 horses. That is a horse and buggy cart.
Yeah.
That's what a
Every
cart looks
cart,
like.
But yeah.
That is what a cart
Not
looks
every
like.
cart. Not every cart, but yeah, I understand. That's a cart.
That is a cart. That is what you would get in a
Apparently
fishing town.
and apparently that's the cart we got.
Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. Okay. I am gonna say,
Can I? Oh wait, my bag of holding. My bag of holding's only for trash.
it's only for trash.
Well, wait. Now it's my trash. Now this metal is my trash.
No.
Can I
No.
put Can I put like
No.
the scraps that I'm not using inside of my bag?
Well, yeah, when you cut up scraps that you're not using anymore, you toss them in the bag. That makes sense. I'm talking about how you
Yeah.
have to build 12 molds of rifles
Yeah.
out of sheets of scrap metal, and that
Technically,
a
how
rifle
many molds
is
does he have out?
a rifle is
Yeah.
like 3 feet long.
Okay, how many molds does she have out?
Yeah. How many? Yeah.
Well, you've worked on it all night last night.
yeah.
And you worked on it today, so I'm gonna say that's a D6. You have 5 molds right now.
5
Okay.
molds.
They don't
And-
have any. They're not finished. They're not guns. They're just molds.
So in turn, they're trash.
No,
In term.
Back.
In
No.
term. Yes. Exactly.
they're not trash. It's fine. It's an uncomfortable ride, but you're making it work. 3 of you have to squeeze in the front just to make it fit.
She kind of has them almost like, like Lincoln logs on top of each other to try to save space as best as she can. Kind of like when you have multiple ice trays and you put them on top of each other.
And you guys are also forced to listen to the sound of machines whirring in your ears for hours upon hours as you move across this space. It is overall an agonizing ride for all of you who are not building guns.
Nev is so used to all of these sounds.
All Rhett thinks is that if this ever happens ever fucking again, we're not helping her.
You can decide how thin your patience is starting to wear, but just imagine how much of a nightmare this ride would be. I would take 7 screaming toddlers in the back of a minivan on the way to Disneyland, then I would do this. This is a logistical fucking nightmare. This is not more than a logistical nightmare. This is a headache beyond headaches. You're listening to a drill all day, every day, right next to your ear for 3 days. Or for 2 days. It's a mess. But you're dealing with it. I need somebody to go ahead and roll I need someone to roll a D100.
I'll do it. Oh. Did you want to do it?
Sorry, apologies. You need to roll a D20. I need to roll a D100.
You do it. You said it first.
Me? Okay. So
You are being sacrificed.
I don't think I should be allowed to roll anything with the amount of chaos I'm causing already.
I feel like because of how much chaos you're causing, you would roll it with disadvantage. If there is a disadvantage.
14.
14. You guys begin to head...
I summon a dragon.
Yeah, so just a fucking whole dragon. You guys are moving throughout your day, and it's interesting because the landscape around you is starting to change. for those of you who have been to Umberfall or are Umberfall natives, you would know that the area outside Umberfall along the Blackwater is very dry. It's like a desert, but deserts involve having like desert landscape. This is more like a hot desert tundra. Cracks in the ground from just the path you're taking. Nothing for miles. There's no shade. There's no trees. There's no water. So it's hot. You all feel a sunburn sort of starting to slowly take over your skin before noon is even high in the sky. And then as it progresses, you, Nev, take some trash out from your bag of holding, and you actually have to put a tarp over the caravan just so you guys don't suffer a sunstroke just from the level of heat that is beginning to rise in the middle of this day. The barren landscape outside of Umberfall is less than pleasant, but you are making it through your day just fine. Aurora. About 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's hot. You're kind of like peering out. You see something poking out of the ground about 30-40 feet off the path.
If I summoned a bullet, I swear to God. Okay. Aurora's gonna look at it.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's not good. 10 total.
10. It looks like dark stone in a very pointy, almost like crystal-like shape sticking out of the ground.
Like it just poked up, or it's just something, it's just there?
Something that's there that's just poking out of the ground.
Aurora's going to kind of look at it. What's that over there? And she'll point towards it.
Nev will look up from her thing and like look at what she's pointing at. What do I see?
You see the same thing. It's a black stone. It's like really, really dark stone. And it's just poking out of the ground.
Would I know what this is? You know, being like, I guess being from this country.
Just being from Umberfall, no, you wouldn't know what this is. It doesn't. It looks like an obelisk.
Can I make any? Well, can I make any kind of intelligence-based check?
This would be. Go ahead and make a religion check.
A religion check. Ooh.
I probably can't help if I'm looking at it as well, right?
That's a 13.
13. There is a... It's less of a thing you understand physically and more of a feeling you get. This is an obelisk, some kind of obelisk, and it has some kind of religious purpose.
Mm-hmm.
It just like sticking out of the ground.
Okay.
Neb just goes, it's probably a church, and then just, you know, goes back underneath the tarp and continues working.
Could I do a religion check since I'm looking at it as well?
Sure.
Okay. That is... Wait, oh my god, I also got a 13.
13. Yeah, it does look like an obelisk. What is freaking you out is you've seen obelisks before. They're tall, they're four-sided, they have that narrow tapering shape at the top that's like almost like a pyramid. This one looks buried. Or it looks like it's coming up. It's either been buried and is now getting revealed, or it sank in the earth. It's really hard to tell because you feel like just by looking at it, it's like 30-40 feet away. It shouldn't be that short. It's only like 9-10 feet tall. They should be much bigger than that. It should be like 60-70 feet tall. That's how they usually build them anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Aurora's just gonna kind of frown a little. That's odd. Looks like it was buried. Or is partially buried, at least.
Stuff happens.
Mirabelle, can you make a charisma saving throw for me?
Oh no.
I dropped my fucking dice.
Obelisk do brain hurty.
16.
Something about this obelisk sends a shiver down your spine. You feel like you should know something, but you don't.
I think it's that. Mirabelle's just gonna, not even saying a word to anyone, she's just gonna start walking towards the obelisk.
So you get it, you hop out of the cart. The cart is moving, so you just jump out of the cart.
Hey!
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing?
I'll be right back. And she just heads to the obelisk.
Real quick,
Should I-
who's
steering the
riding-
cart?
Who's
I
driving the
Viz
cart?
is we
Okay.
discussed this last time. How Viz is
I forgot.
the best animal handling one.
Yeah.
Viz, stop. No. Aurora's just gonna go, Viz, stop the cart.
Yeah, what's happening? Yeah,
Mirabelle jumped out.
okay, and then he stops it.
Viz is just vibing.
Sorry, Horchata was being funny.
I forgot you named one of the horses that.
Yeah,
Right, Horchata, and what was the other one?
Sassy Frass.
There we go.
Should any of us follow her?
Should we all?
I don't want
Right.
to.
Rhett will shrug and hop out as well.
Are you fucking
Aurora-
kidding me?
Aurora
Tieflings
will
gotta
sigh.
stay together.
Aurora is going to sigh and get out.
Rhett will
Oh,
turn
jeez,
around, walking
guys.
backwards. Tieflings gotta stay together. And turns back to walk with her.
Yes, and I'm going to make sure that you two stay out of trouble.
How far away is the obelisk from the where we are? Like 30 feet, you said?
It's 40 feet, about.
Okay. Cecilia will follow as well, but stay
Jesus.
25 feet back from them and cast mage armor on herself.
I'm gonna say, Aurora's
Anything-
probably got about 10 feet in front of her for Rhett and Mirabelle.
Rhett will be like, after so many hours of hearing Nev building guns, I'll do anything else.
Careful
Yeah,
what you
Nev has stopped at this point building, to keep an eye on them, make sure these
You
idiots
stop
don't
building.
fucking
You
die.
stop building once. Now you're delayed.
God.
Viz
No, she's
will
making sure you guys don't die.
Viz will pull the cart off to the side of the road we're walking on.
Are we on a road?
We're on a path,
We're on a path. You
Yeah.
know?
so he pulls it to the side. So if the people walk by, they're not like, "Who fucking left our car here, man?"
Ooh, guns!
Yeah, we don't want that to happen.
Nev is going to cast. Wait. Arcane lock on the crate that has all the metal inside. So
Okay.
then, and I guess we're also gonna follow them because, But she's gonna she's basically gonna cast Arcane lock because she's like, I don't want nobody taking my shit.
Okay. You guys, Mirabelle, you begin to move closer to the obelisk. And you step closer, and as you begin to move across this barren tundra, you're kind of gravitating towards this obelisk a little bit. You hear a crunching sound underneath your foot. And you look down and you see that blending into the sand, bleached to be the same color as the ground, is just bones. Stretching from you to about all the way up to the obelisk and about 10 feet beyond the obelisk.
Do I? noticed that since I was walking with her.
You all hear a cracking sound as Mirabelle steps on a bone. And you look down and your foot has completely like wedged through what looks to be a thigh bone.
It's basically that one scene from Lord of the Rings, Gimli walking on the skulls.
Nev, as soon as she hears that crack, she's like, absolutely the fuck not. We're getting out of here. I want civilization.
Seeing all these bones scattered around, is this ringing any bells or bringing back any memories to Mirabelle?
Based on your earlier charisma save at the moment, no. Nothing new has happened yet. You're still kind of just like looking at the obelisk. You look at the bones, and as you kind of look closer at the obelisk, you see these tiny little pegs that are kind of like sticking out from the side of it in that same stone shape as the obelisk. And you see something wrapped around the obelisk, almost like from their elbows, hanging from it.
No.
Can
It's very Jesus on the cross vibes. It's freaking me out a bit.
Can Rhett gauge, like, when the moment, like, Mirabelle stepped on a bone, can Rhett gauge looking around, like, is it, like, an area effect of bones, or is it just suddenly just bones here and then nothing there, ahead?
It's an area effect of bones, but they're blending in with the sand. Like, these are old bones. They've been here a long time.
And is it, like, a circle, or is it kind of like...
It's not in a circle, but it's not like a perfect circle, but it is in an odd shape radius effect around the obelisk. Mirabelle, go ahead and make a perception check.
Ready?
Nev has noped her way back to the cart.
Okay.
That'll be an 18.
18. You kind of peer closer at this figure, like, leaning or hovered over the obelisk. And you see, again, like, bleached bones. It's been here a long time. In these rags. And it's hanging over the side of the obelisk. And its head is dropped from, like, the weight of just hovering there. And you realize its hands aren't bound. However it died leaning on this obelisk with its elbows up and over the pegs. And there's not a lot of breeze in the desert, but for a brief moment you feel a bit of it, and the skull of whatever this was kind of just tilts to the side, and you see a white symbol behind the skull.
Does that symbol look familiar?
You can't make it out because it's covered completely by the skull, but you do see that there's white paint, chalk, something like that on the obelisk that the body is completely covering.
Given the feeling she's getting from this obelisk, I think Mirabelle is actually going to attempt to try to gently move the skull. She wants to know what the symbol is.
Okay, so you're getting closer to the obelisk?
Absolutely.
Don't know if that's a good idea. He's like staying on the border of the bones.
Aurora's back with Cecilia. She's like, not happening, nope.
Yeah, Nev just goes, hey, I ain't that crazy. That's crazy.
Rhett's the second craziest because he's probably the closest to Mirabelle.
Can I, like, see if there's anything, like, kind of around that's, like, under the sand, like, moving towards Mirabelle or anything?
You're pretty far away from us.
Oh, no, Viz, like, was walking with Nev when Nev said the we're going with kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then Nev went back, so Viz is just kind of... It's kind of like, well, shit.
He's kind
So
of right
you're probably like we're Cecilia and Aurora, because we're, like, back.
Yeah, so Viz is wants to see if there's anything beneath the sand.
You're looking beneath the sand. Make a perception check.
Can I
You
help if
start
Rora's
the
looking
narrative.
too?
Starts the narrative, and then like shit, he didn't make a check.
You know, make a check. Make my check. Do my rules and
can I
make
help
my
him?
promise. What? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What was it again? Was it not persuasion? What the fuck? Perception, you said?
Persuade the sand.
Persuade the
move
sand
it.
to give away its secrets.
It was perception, right?
Yeah, and I'm helping you.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's a lot better. That's 18.
You look around and you're asking if anything looks like it's coming up from underneath the bones.
Or moving towards Mirabelle. Like you know, like a comical size like bump in the sand.
There's no.
Sand shark.
You don't see anything moving towards Mirabelle. It's weird though, as you're looking at the sand. This sand doesn't look like anything has walked over it or touched it in a long time. Almost like this obelisk repels something.
This is gonna like, just in case, start like floating up, so he's off the ground.
Aurora's just gonna look at you.
I don't trust this. I don't want to be on the ground. Some scary.
I love the visual of Roar staring at this and then looks because she sees Viz slowly floating.
Nev,
Aurora just
actually,
looks at him.
Nev is getting her own gun ready and loaded.
She's like loading it up, putting the
She's
bullets
getting her
in,
harpoon.
Get the sniper ready. Testing the sniper. Gotta adjust it.
I mean, hey,
That's
she is a
paperwork.
sniper, so
Wait, sorry, what? there's too much. I don't know what.
Nev is preparing herself to shoot something if something pops up.
Okay, that's fine.
Red keeps watching Mirabelle. There might be a reason that it's a little bit of a circle of bones around this thing.
Mirabelle's just going to ignore him and keep moving to the obelisk.
Okay. You move towards the obelisk. You're now standing less than 5 feet in front of it. You look at this bleached bone thing. What was probably once a creature that is hanging from it, the head kind of lolling. And you realize that the back of its neck is pressed against this symbol. And if you want to see what the symbol is, you'll have to touch the body and move it yourself.
He's gonna proceed to start doing that.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay. You begin to move it, and as you do, you just gently... Are you, like, ripping the body away from it so you can see, or are you just, like, moving the head? Like, how are you physically doing this?
I think just based on the feeling she's getting from it, and I guess equating it to the same feeling she got earlier when reading that stuff about the Gravekeeper, I think she's just gonna be kind of gentle with it, actually. Like, almost out of respect for the corpse, I guess.
Okay. You reach down and you, like, gently touch the corpse. You put your right hand and your left hand, like, gently near the shoulders to just kind of, like, move the head. And gently just look it out of the way so you can see the symbol. As you touch the corpse, your whole body thrums cold. And you kind of, like, feel a chill go up your spine. And you turn the head, and the symbol you are met with on the back of this obelisk is a clean, white human skull that realistically seems to almost be pressed and engraved into this obelisk. And as you look at it and as you kind of touch the corpse and move the head, you see the skull, which now is peering at you eye level as you've kind of looked down and moved the head to see the shape. Behind the face of the eyes of the skull, you see the obelisk's eyes light green. And you hear a voice in your head. And the rest of you hear the same voice ricocheting around you, even you, Nev, all the way back in the cart.
Beware, wanderer neath the shadow cloak. The taker's curse a silence spoke. In spectral chains your essence weaves and dances shadows the taker sees. What is thine question?
What do you do, Mirabelle?
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of that riddle that just got read out.
Viz yells, "Fuck that!"
Yeah!
He
Get
backs
the
up
fuck
a little
back
bit
here!
more.
What do you do, Mirabelle?
I guess trying to piece together that as best as she can. She'll say it kind of like partly to herself, but I guess also in a way that sounds like she is asking the obelisk this question since it wants a question. What purpose was I brought back for?
Sorry,
Why was my life spared?
that first part got cut out. You're going to say that again. Sorry.
Sorry. She asked, what purpose was I brought back for? Why was my life spared, I guess?
You ask the question and your hands tighten around the corpse, and you all watch the bones of this creature rise up and stand 7 feet tall, no longer hunched over. The skull around the back of this obelisk is still glowing green, and from the skull of this face, of this thing, no longer hanging behind the obelisk, glows green and stares down at you, Mirabelle.
Poor mortal. Why is anyone alive? Yet, you are no mortal, are you?
And you feel your hands seize up. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Did we all hear that, by the way? Like, was it still?
Oh
in my head
yeah,
kind of
you
thing?
guys see a 7-foot tall skeleton
Well, like, we
stand
see
up
it.
and hear its voice.
Okay.
And it sounds like a whisper, but it's like booming in your ears.
Nev shouts from the cart, Mirabelle, I'm gonna need you to cha-cha slide your way back this direction before I hurt your feelings!
Well, this is about to be fun. I'm about to meet the consequences of my actions, because that's a 7.
Do I gauge maliciousness out of all of this entire situation? Like, is this about to... like, I can't tell what this is.
Okay, hold on. There's a lot happening right now. What are you asking, Rhett?
Do I sense, like... Well, I guess the wisdom will be enough. Like, I just want to be able to see, is Meg... Or, not Meg. God, too many M names. Is Mirabelle in pain?
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Mirabelle, your whole body seizes, and you feel yourself pulled to sit as straight as you possibly can. You all watch as Mirabelle's body rises up off the ground, not tall, like not like super high, but it's just levitating. High enough that only the tip of her tail is dragging in the sand beneath you. And Mirabelle, you feel your eyes flash for a moment. And you're not there anymore. You're somewhere else. You're standing in a field, and there's bodies littered around you. Familiar bodies. Your face is wet from crying, but you feel anger. You know where you are. There's a shape walking towards you. A being with a dark cloak and a hood who looks up, the eyes glowing green. It steps towards you and stares at you.
In the realm where shadows weave their fates, a cryptic dance where death abates. Gildmoor, a cloak of light spared your breath in shadow's fight. But every soul finds end in my embrace. And Gildmoor is a kindred grace, a purpose veiled in shadow's lore. Your life reborn, forevermore. To seek the answers, pierce that shroud. In cryptic whispers, secrets are vowed. The purpose woven in fate's grand art. A tapestry of Gildmoor's heart. I pity you, mortal, for all you face. A test of all, and the gods embrace.
And your vision goes white. You all watch the being in front of you, this 7-foot tall skeleton, crumble. The elbows leaning back over these pegs on the obelisk, the green light gone, and Mirabelle hits the ground. Not conscious.
Yeah, everyone get the fuck back here!
Red's gonna go for her and try and grab her.
Yeah, Aurora's gonna bolt with Rhett to just scoop Mirabelle up.
Does she look dead?
I hear Shex talking. Shex, I think your mic's up. I hear you talking, but we cannot hear you on this.
That voice was really hard and I was coughing a whole lot.
Oh no.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's fun. I committed to it. It's all good. It could have had any other voice. I chose this one. You run up to Mirabelle, and Mirabelle's skin is red. Right now, it's like a faint coloration. Now, like all the life has just been drained from it. You walk up and you touch her, and she's cold.
Aurora's going to just scoop her up.
Aurora, as you reach down and touch her, you feel a pull. The obelisk is welcoming you. Rhett, as you step forward, you feel the same thing. The obelisk is welcoming you.
Oh no.
Oh!
Oh no.
Crap!
Aurora, get out. Aurora, go. Get out of it. He's going to try and go grab Mirabelle's body. And he's going to, try and get out. I sense danger. I'm gonna try and grab her body and do Thunderstep.
Okay, you reach down and you grab her body, and you're getting ready to do Thunderstep. Thunderstep does damage, right?
Yeah, it's good. That's why I told Aurora to move. I'm telling Aurora to move. He won't cast it until Aurora's moved.
Aurora's still staring at the obelisk.
If she doesn't move, then...
Okay, give me... Aurora's staring at you, so you're not moving, Aurora.
He told you to move. You need to
I know.
go.
See, the problem is,
Rhett,
I was like,
you yell at Aurora to move, and as you do, you reach down and you touch Mirabelle. You're getting ready to cast the spell. Let me just... Holy fuck! I just rolled a D100. I rolled 100 on a D100. Okay, so you grab Mirabelle. Sorry, that just never fucking happens. You grab Mirabelle, and in your head, you only needed to roll a 15 or higher, but I rolled 100, so that's nuts. In his full form, you see Bounty leaning in across from Mirabelle, and as your hands touch her, his hands touch yours. And you look up and you make eye contact with him. Yo, Rhett. That's some strange magics.
Oh shit, Sherlock! Oh god.
Could be an opportunity.
Okay, Rhett's really confused. He kind of looks at him very confused. What?
Were you not listening to it? You can ask any question, Rhett. Anything.
Looks at her, is she actually dead?
Make a medicine check.
It's not gonna be great, but... Okay, 17.
17. It's faint and it's very, very slow. But you do feel a heartbeat as you press over the heart, but it's been slowed.
But it doesn't feel like it's fading.
No, it feels like it feels like she's dead, but she's not. She looks dead, but she isn't dead. And you can tell just by feeling the heartbeat.
I don't know what to do.
Hey,
No,
no
I gotta
pressure
go
from me
look
or
at the
anything, but I'm
obelisk.
just telling you, you got a lot of questions. And it's not every day you run into an obelisk in the desert that just willy-nilly answers the meaning of life. So just maybe consider it is all I'm saying. Or don't. I don't give a fuck.
Red's looking at Bounty, looking at Mirabelle, looking at Bounty, looking at Mirabelle.
Meanwhile, you hear Nev shouting from a distance, like, "Hey, I learned my lesson with Orcus. It's time that you guys do the same."
I need a minute to think. I don't know what the fuck to ask.
No, don't worry about it. We'll jump back to Aurora in a second because she's
Yeah.
also standing in front of the obelisk. But you feel Bounty just kind of like fading away. He just goes, "Look, I don't tell you what to do. You know I never tell you what to do. I don't give a fuck what you do. You will make any choice you want here. I'm not questioning you. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying."
He's just, as he's slowly fading.
And yeah, he's slowly fading. Not everything that looks bad is a bad thing. That's all I'm saying. That's what I've been saying for 2 centuries. And all I'm saying is, and then he just slowly just fades away, and that's like the last of his voice that you hear.
Can I just say, I love Bounty so much.
Okay, I'm gonna figure something out. It's your turn. It's your turn, Swolf.
Oh, God. Yes.
Aurora, you do feel a pull. It is calling to you. If you were to touch it, you feel like you would have a similar experience to Mirabelle just by the pull. But you're also not sure what'll happen. You don't know what happened to Mirabelle. It's a risk.
Yeah, I just saw her hover and then pass out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna regret this. Aurora walks towards the obelisk.
Well, you're 5 feet in front of the obelisk.
Oh, okay, so I just have to...
You take a single step extra forward.
No, you have to. You saw Mirabelle
Nev-
Mirabelle touched the skeleton, and then something happened. She moved the head to look at the symbol.
Aurora moves the head to look at the symbol.
Nev shouts from the cart, "Aurora, these hands are rated AE for especially you!" I'm sorry, I wrote down a bunch of one-liners before the session, and now this is the perfect opportunity for me to use them.
Okay. You
Oh, okay.
you kneel. You have to kneel because you're small. Or you're taller than this thing, so you have to kneel, kind of, or like just get down
Okay,
lower. You put both hands on the side of the shoulders of the skeleton, and you tilt the head. As you do, the green eyes light up green, and you hear that same voice in your head.
Ask, and thine get answer. The cost. To be determined by those who bear.
What was that? It was ask your
Ask-
question, the cost will be determined.
Determined by what thine bear.
Ask. Okay. Aurora is going to stare at this for a long moment, and she'll go, "Who am I?"
You're gonna ask, who am I? Sorry, I got really excited. okay.
I'm okay. Well, wow, I'm like terrified now.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay.
Oh no.
That,
No, guys, I'm dead.
I'm so excited.
That's the best. I think that's the best question you could have asked her.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh
no, the music changed.
I didn't do that on purpose.
Oh god!
Okay. You guys watch the skeleton rise again to 7 feet tall.
So it's practically eye level with me, though.
Yeah, it's almost eye level. It looks down at you. You see green eyes flash into yours. I need you to make the wisdom saving throw again.
A wisdom saving throw. Okay. That's a 15.
Give me a moment, please.
Uh-oh. I knew that was a loaded question. I'm scared.
Okay. You feel yourself drift. All of you watch Aurora rise again off the ground. Once again, the tail kind of just drifting into the ground. Right, you're seeing this like in 4K right in fucking front of you, and you're like, holy shit! You're just like watching Aurora rise off the ground, like less than 3 feet from you, and you're like, oh my god! And this being's eyes light up green. You find yourself somewhere you don't remember. You're in a hallway with your back pressed against the wall. You look down at your belts. You don't have your glaive with you. But when you look down at your belt, there's a device resting against your side. Almost like a weapon, but different. And your body instinctively reaches forward and grabs it with both hands, and you look at it. It's some kind of like magical device engraved with these purplish runes, and you're holding it in your hand. And your other reaches down against what looks to be some kind of long sword, curved, hooked with jagged edges. It looks unlike anything that exists in the world you've come to know. Your back is pressed against the wall, and you hear voices behind you. Familiar voices. The voice of the Gith you had encountered in the theater not too long ago. Stepping towards you is once again that skeletal creature. A skull that's completely bleached white with green eyes that reflect nothing but fire as he walks towards you.
Huh. I see you. Vabriel. Vicour. A name you once knew. One that holds you no longer. In the astral sea where memories drift, lost in shadows. No light, no lift, enemies pursued and threats untold. Yet memory's tapestry in waves unfolds. The purpose obscured, veiled in cosmic might. Chased by your enemies to eternal night. The astral hunt, a mission profound. A plane jumper lost, but in shadow newly found. Your memories, a sacrifice in the astral tide. A cost dearly paid on your celestial ride. Now, in my grasp, with a purchase unknown. Your echoes of a cosmic oath, still sworn.
Your vision whites out. Aurora hits the ground.
Damn.
Holy shit. I got
Please,
two
guys,
bodies.
somebody stop asking questions. Stop. And she's like, Cecilia's just shouting now. From like
Rhett
30
glares
feet.
at Cecilia like, bitch, like the one you don't investigate.
Yeah, this
You
is like
don't
the
push
this is
where
like
you
the
shouldn't
first
push.
fucking time Cecilia's not interested in infinite fucking knowledge.
Oh, you want me to come ask? I'll come ask a question. I'll come ask a question if you want me to, but I just got chewed out for it.
But this situation's scary. You got a scary skeleton on a thing. I don't trust it.
How to use
Yeah,
the
I don't,
skeleton.
I'm not fucking with deaf stuff anymore. I learned my lesson. Get back over here.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh. Fuck. That's gonna. I think he would have been crouched down during this entire thing because he was like sliding to Mirabelle basically, and then just like watches this, listens to the bounty. He'll stand up. He's gonna go. Skeleton.
You're gonna go up to the skeleton too?
Yep.
Holy shit,
You
alright!
Just hear Neb from the cart yell, "You stupid deranged bitch!"
Alright. You also go up to the skeleton. Guys, this is not where I expected this shit to go. Oh boy, I'm so excited. You put your hands on the skeleton, the eyes once again glow green. You feel the cold seep down your spine and you rise off the ground. You all watch as your friends, one by one, just cannot resist whatever this is and just keep touching it and choosing to embrace it. Ask.
Skeleton goes not.
You feel yourself staring locked in its eyes. You hear that voice once again.
I'd ask you to ask, but thine thinks you know the deal you're making with bleach and bone.
Oh. Yo, why you gotta say that, man? Yo, why do I gotta get a different one? Yo,
No, he's saying the same shit he told the other two.
nah, yo, this feels different.
You're
now.
making a deal to get knowledge. This has been very clear from the get-go. He's basically just saying, I'd ask you the same question, but you already heard it twice. So, do you want it or not?
All her bodies just piled up in the sand.
Yeah,
this
it's just total
Exactly.
fucking TPK. This is just what's about to happen.
Don't say that.
I'm joking.
Rhett is gonna he's like racking his brain of all the things he could ask right now because I think he's got so many questions that he could ask. He's going to ask. I have a question. This entire time, when everyone asks the questions, is like, do we all hear it in our heads, basically? Or is it-
You guys, the rest of you do not hear the answer. You hear ask a question and then the body hits the floor. You do not hear their specific fate. You only
we don't-
I'm sorry, did you just say let the body hit the floor?
let the bodies hit the floor.
Let the
Bodies hit the floor. Let the okay. Sorry. You
No,
guys hear your friend ask a question. It tells you, okay, if you ask a question, we'll answer it. Then you basically hear,
So that
you
everyone
see
hears
it
the
rise.
question.
You hear the question that they're asking because you say it out loud, and then you watch them rise off the floor, hover for a couple seconds, and then drop.
I really hope I'm not asking a stupid question. That's what I'm racking my brain on right now. How do I he's gonna whisper this. How do I destroy the Mad Prophet?
Oh my fucking god. Oh boy. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god. Give me that forbidden tea.
Watch this be the fucking Mad Prophet.
Oh, that's funny. That's a 12.
A 12. Okay, give me another minute. Sorry, I just need a second after to look through your
Hold
guys'
on.
shit.
Hold on. I'm 30 feet away. I said I was 20 feet behind him.
I whispered. He
No,
tried
I'm
to
saying-
whisper,
I'm-
but if
Hey,
everyone
I'm
hears
about
it's
to
okay.
do something to help you, so you need to stop arguing.
Okay, what do you want? What do you want to do?
I said I was going to walk 20 feet behind them, so I'm 30 feet away, and so I'm going to use Chronal Shift, and Rhett can re-roll that saving throw.
Oh, I
No,
don't
And
but
you
know
can
this-
take whichever's higher.
Nev at this
And
point
you can
has
take
hopped.
whichever higher.
Okay.
Nev has hopped back out of the cart, so then she can get her fucking comrades out of this fucking hole.
I guess I'm re-rolling. Okay.
Yeah, good luck carrying
I don't
all
know.
three of us.
I don't know whether it's a good thing to save it or a bad thing to save it. You know what I mean?
I think, well,
It's worse.
so somebody got a 7 and a 15.
That's worse.
And the same, oh god, okay.
That was a natural one.
I'm pretty sure you can keep the roll. No, sorry, the target must use the result of the second roll.
That was a natural one.
You got a natural 1 on your wisdom save?
Yeah.
You're being so fucking for real right now? Okay.
Oh no!
right.
No, I'm genuinely serious.
Okay.
Cecilia just killed Rhett.
You guys watch.
Oh, I'm so
No,
sorry.
Please, please.
You guys, okay, guys, chill. Everyone needs to relax. This is why I don't let you guys push random ass buttons in the desert. I can't believe I put this thing out thinking you guys would just walk by it. Okay, all right. You guys are the most suspicious people ever. Okay, so you guys watch as
We like suspicious things.
once again the eyes light up green, and Rhett rises off the ground, the tail swishing once again through the dirt. Rhett, you are. Where would you be? You think you know where you're going to end up as you look around your surroundings upon asking this question, feeling the cold chill pulling you somewhere. You feel something pulling at your memories, something dark and nefarious, old as time itself. And you hear this sound.
Fascinating. So many to pull from. A tome. Over and over. Maybe I shall put thine where I love most.
And all of a sudden there's dirt in your lungs and you can't breathe.
Oh my god, no.
And you're clawing at the ground. You're clawing at something around you, soft dirt. You can feel water seeping in. It's like the worst combination of suffocation and drowning as you're clawing and clawing and clawing. And as you're clawing, trying to get to the surface, a voice in your ears reflecting over and over, woven across one another like 1,000 voices making up one.
In the realm where madness holds its sway, a conundrum woven in shadows gray. My brother, the prophet, a puppeteer of minds, entangled with the gods as destiny binds. You, a vessel for chaos profound, the nihilist, in shadows forever recrowned. Yet to destroy the prophet's reign, a path obscured through ventures arcane. Your brother, Guy's wown by Sharon's might, darkness lost, veiled in night. Your own fate, a loop in strife, a glimmer of hope carved through this life. To sever the ties, break destiny's thread, a riddle is spun where your brother's madness was bred. But beware, for Sharon's design is clear. You, a boy, and your patron in loss shall persevere.
Persevere. I can't say that word. Persevere.
Persevere. In the dance of gods where shadows creep, choices made in realms where mortals weep. To destroy the prophet, a path unknown. But in shadows whispers, the fate can be overthrown. I apologize. Your path is one of divine. By many brothers who have decided to claim you as mine.
Rhett drops to the floor.
Nev is now sprinting over to the group of people that have gone into a coma.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
And
Let the bodies hit the floor!
Nev is gonna use a charge on her armor of magical strength to try to drag these idiots back to the cart.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
Just as... Okay. Did I prepare it? Yes, I did. Cecilia is going to cast, just before Nev gets there, cast Withering Bloom.
Okay.
On the area where they are. And it's going to, rot, kind of rot any sort of, plant life around it. And then give them the ability to roll some hit dice.
Okay. You don't need to roll. You cast the spell and you feel like it works, but they do not wake up.
Yeah, okay.
Nev is just, swearing in Hispanian under her breath as she's dragging the three of them. She kind of, she's, thrown Mirabelle over her shoulder and is, dragging Rhett and Aurora, by the collars of their shirt, heaving.
Nev, as you approach them, you feel the obelisk pulling at you.
Nope, you look like you were born ass backwards. Not happening today.
So you grab them and you attempt to move them out of the range of the obelisk.
Yes.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh, I'm bad at those. God, okay. Come on, baby. What is that?
If you fail this, it's just Viz and Cecilia. I just want you to know that.
That would be funny as hell.
It's a 15.
15. You look at the obelisk, it's so enticing, and you feel this sensation going up your spine. You could ask anything. You could be told anything. Life is short. Knowledge is everything. Knowledge lasts forever. But then you
Nev
kind of catch your brain and you could push away if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think Nev right now is okay, so the three of them are, I think Nev is trying to think more logically in this sense. And plus, not to mention, Orcus really freaked her out, you know? Nev doesn't learn a lot from her mistakes, but that kind of, that was like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't just touch random creepy things. So she like looks at the obelisk and she, thinks to herself, there's nothing that like I couldn't learn that isn't in a book or that isn't just like out in the world. And so she then just like spits on the ground and like drags the other three out of the range.
Okay, it takes you some time because they're heavy as fuck, and you're small.
I am also using my armor of magical strength to give them a boost.
For sure. So you begin to just grab their collars and begin to drag them backwards, and you hear the snapping of dried bone as their bodies move over, and the weight of them just cracks and crumbles these ancient bones. But you do yank them out of the zone. Cecilia, Viz, what are you two doing?
The urge. Cecilia
Moral support.
Training the urge to just run over there and ask a question. She's like vibrating. She's trying so hard not to go ask
Cecilia, I know how you fucking feel, but you're smart. You don't need shit from no dead man.
Honestly, no, it's okay.
Empower the girl. Empower her.
She's gonna fix her hair a little bit, and she goes, forbidden knowledge is earned, and this just doesn't feel earned. This just feels like freely given, and that's no fun. But I probably shouldn't go over there.
Says the one
because if I go over there, I will ask a question. So I'm just gonna. Cecilia's just gonna go walk back over.
We earned it. We earned it by having balls.
So here's my question, Cecilia. Were you standing on the bones? At one point, you said you got close. How close were you? Are you standing on the bones?
I said I was 20 feet away.
20 feet away. Yeah, that's still on the bones.
20 feet away specific. 20
That's
feet away
the bone
specifically.
zone.
That's on the bones. That's right outside the bones. So, make a wisdom saving throw.
I should be good at these. I have proficiency in these.
I hate these fucking bones, man.
Never say I should be good at these, because then you jinx yourself.
To be fair, yeah, wow. The fact that Cecilia didn't immediately go ask a question is honestly, like, really good for her.
So
that's actually really good.
Yeah.
That's a 22.
22.
Damn!
You know you're able to resist this. You know you're able to resist this. Logically, this is, some ancient power, and it has no hold over you if you are not interested in it. And as you're kind of pulling away, you think about everything that it said. How it will have them pay some kind of price, though you do not know what that price is. But that they found that knowledge good enough to pay that price. And just for a moment, that inkling of an urge comes back. You wonder if whatever price it is worth it. But then you get a hold of yourself again, and you can choose to move away if you'd like to.
Just in that moment, sitting in that urge for a moment, seeing that Wither and Bloom didn't work, can Cecilia, try and understand what price they paid? As also a way to be like, what happened to them?
Make a religion check.
A wisdom check?
Oh, no, religion.
Religion. Thank God, that's way better. Oh my God. 22 again.
22. You think hard. You look at them, you look at the obelisk, and then something comes to you. The skull on this obelisk. You can feel that it has something to do with... It has something to do with death and choices. You can tell just by, the motifs around and just in general what it was saying. This is very likely some very, very ancient being that encompasses the realm of death. And you wonder the kind of punishments that could come from making a deal with a death god. It could be a heavy burden. It could be a curse. It could be a promise about something to come in the future. It could also be life. Time. You're not sure. You get the sense based on what it was telling you, the punishment is specific to what the person asked.
I think Cecilia knows what she would ask, and she knows the price would be too great. I think in her head, like, for what she wants and what she is looking for, she doesn't think she would, she thinks the price would be too great. And so she follows Nev out and helps, like, drag the bodies back.
Okay. The pull is still there, but you are able to resist it. Viz, is there anything you're doing in this moment?
Not moral support. Viz is not going near that bone area. He is too scared of that spooky skeleton. He is like, come on, guys, let's get going. He's just there for moral support.
All right. You all, the three of you, who are the only ones left at this point, load your friends into the cart, and they are not awake yet. But I'm guessing you're just fucking hightailing it out of there?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You begin to, Viz, you run up to the front of the reins, you grab the reins, and you kind of kick off as they're all loaded into the cart. Their bodies just, like, limp in the back. Still alive, but limp as fuck. And you're getting the horses to go off. You and Cecilia, Viz, have a moment where you kind of look at each other, look at your friends. Nev, you're kind of, like, looking at your work, looking at your friends. You're not sure what to do. The horses begin to move.
She's kind of in a, shit, this all just happened.
You have a moment, the three of you, where you kind of comprehend what just happened. You look at your friends, you look at each other, and then you spare a glance back in the direction you came. And you can't have gone that far. Not yet. The obelisk is gone.
Nope. Freaky shit in the desert. I hate it. Let's go.
We're never talking about this again.
Absolutely.
We're never talking about this again.
Mm-hmm.
We have to talk about this again.
No, we can't.
We don't.
This is too fucked up. This is too fucked up.
Have you ever heard of, we leave it in the fucking desert and we never talk about it again? What happens in the desert stays in the desert.
Okay, I understand. I want to know what they were told. I'm just gonna say it. Everybody says that I'm a button pusher. Everybody thinks it. Everybody thinks I'm a little careless in that aspect. I would just like to say, I didn't ask a question, and I would like everybody to be aware of that.
Are you saying this in character?
Yes.
Nev's like, no, I completely get it. I mean, I had that whole deal with Orcus. You know, I was not about to get another death curse put on me, because that sucked.
Yeah. It was mostly out of spite that I didn't, because Rhett did. If Rhett didn't ask a question, I would have asked a question.
No, this is fucking amazing. That makes so much sense.
That is
too hard.
That is funny as hell. Holy shit.
Man, I should have had Rhett wait.
Nah, Cecilia, what happens in the bone zone stays in the bone zone. Okay? Also, not to mention, the bone zone is gone.
No,
you had your chance,
sure.
and there's no chance no more.
Sure.
Let's go.
I know. I just feel like that was everything I ever could have wanted in a moment, and I didn't take advantage of it, but you know what? It's okay. I feel good about it. I don't regret anything at all.
You three are having this kind of, like, back and forth bicker over the freak out that this thing is, like, now gone. Just showed up and is now fucking outie. It's not even there. You have no idea. You actually look back and you can't even see where it might have been. It just looks like completely level ground. The 3 of you who are unconscious. You find yourselves alone. You can't see each other. In a dark, liminal space. Like the beginning and the end. And everything in between. And that voice comes back to you again.
A choice well made. A price you must pay. In the cosmic dance of choices unfolded, a burden embraced, a tale yet untold. For time, a currency spent and accrued, or burdens borne, the soul's interlude. A weight chosen, a path you tread, your burden heavy, lessons to spread. So make your choice, of which I take, and remember that price. From you, it's paid. Choose. Time, a river, in currents you wade, or a curse that you soldier, alone and afraid. What do you choose?
And that's where we're gonna go to break.
I'm gonna need a repeat because I'm lost.
Yeah, you're gonna need to write that down
Dog,
for us.
speak normal. What?
Yeah, stop. I'm literally gonna ask you, like, to go back at the stream, like, during the break or afterwards, to write everything you fucking said
Yeah,
to me.
please write that down, because I'm
it
like,
was hard to hear.
Yeah, okay. I will, don't worry. Hey, he's an ancient fucking being. He speaks in rhyme. I don't know what to tell you. He speaks in rhyme.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to modernize what the fuck he said to me.
I'll tell the 3
all
of
I
you
heard
because
was
it's
something about
relevant.
We're paying in time or curse.
That's exactly it. That's basically what he told you.
What?
You've been told your choice. Now you choose your price. You can pick time. He'll take time from you. Or he'll burden you with a curse. So you get to choose what grotesque punishment you have to take for what knowledge you've learned.
Oh, Jesus.
It's basically true for Dare.
One of you is gonna get a curse that's like, you hate your favorite food. Ooh. You can never eat it again.
I thought you were about to say you now hate
that
your
one.
nephew.
You now hate a Matthew. You'll know the one.
No, I
Hey.
said nephew.
Well, it's definitely not gonna be time. I don't want to be old. Ooh,
You don't know.
I don't want to be old. I don't want to be old. And I
Okay.
also don't want to die young.
Well, you don't know. You don't know how much time he's gonna take. He could take like
Oh,
fucking a year. He could take 6 months. You don't know what he's gonna take.
What if he
Second.
makes one of you a baby?
But I don't know the context of the time either.
He told you.
I
He
mean,
told
like-
you. He told you that the punishment would bear what the question you asked was worth. Anyway,
So
we're
I
gonna
think
go to
I'm
break.
excited.
We're gonna go to break.
Yeah, I gotta go
yeah.
piss.
But we'll come back to
I
this
gotta
in a
get
bit.
food. So I don't know if I'll be able to eat.
I mean, Nev had a curse and we got rid of it. If
Oh
we choose
my
a curse,
God.
we can.
Yeah,
I don't think this is gonna be the same.
we only were able to get rid of it is because Sketch was kind enough to get us in contact with a doctor.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll go to break and we'll see what happens after. Sorry, that took a little longer than we thought. I needed some ice cream for my throat, and everybody needed to process what I had told them. So, 3 of you have a big choice to make. What will you offer? Time or a curse for what you have learned?
I ain't choosing first.
You all have to choose at the same time. I'm not telling you the outcome until you all make your choice.
Fuck.
That's only fair. No meta. What the fuck was that sound? Holy shit. Did
Dude,
someone
it's
just
like in-
drop their mic down the stairs? What was that?
Technically, it should be in order of who went in.
Yeah,
you won't
Mirabelle.
know. You won't know regardless.
Yeah, Mirabelle.
All right, fine. We'll start with Mirabelle. Mirabelle. Time
Sorry,
or curse?
Mirabelle chooses time.
All right, roll a d10.
10. Okay. Find my D10 is first.
The being steps towards you, and you feel a hand reach out and gently tap your chin with a long skeletal finger and lift yours so you make eye contact.
Time it is.
I rolled a 3 on the D10.
3. All right. Aurora, you're up.
Oh god. I am like legitimately panicking. I don't I just only know time or curse, right?
Yeah. He's telling you, do you want time or do you want a curse? What are you giving up?
Aurora is going to look at the being and this is going to be a very dumb question. Can I get the sense of if I can ask him anything or it's just simply a yes or no?
You can try.
Will I still be able to complete my mission?
The figure tilts its head.
I am no prophet. But any warrior can do what a warrior demands if they keep up with what they desire. Choose.
What are you picking, Aurora?
Like, I want to say time, but I also want to say curse because I don't know which one's the better one.
I think with you being an elf,
That's true. I did think that part. Aurora's going to sigh and say, time.
Roll a. You're an elf, so you need to roll. You need to roll a d100.
How did I know you were about to say that?
I have an age chart here, so you gotta roll a d100. You're an elf, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Hang on. I'm set it. And that was cocked.
as long as it doesn't age us, I'll live.
What?
That was a 10 and a 2.
A 10 and a 2? Okay, so 12.
Yeah.
Alright. Rhett.
I'm gonna go with the ladies. Time.
You're gonna go with time. Go ahead and roll a d10.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Gotta find a D10. I don't roll them very often. Okay. Also got a 3.
3.
Tieflings!
Alright. All of you feel as this creature, this being, reaches out and touches you. You feel something taken from you. You feel something taken and you're not sure you can ever get it back. But then You feel your body begin to move again, thrum again. Feel alive. And at the same time, all three of you snap awake in the back of the cart.
I just imagine all three of us, like, sit up at the same time.
Yeah, they all sit up, and the three of you, like, literally jump because they all sit up at the same time.
Yeah, Nev goes, ah,
We all just, like, pop up.
God, don't
I feel
fucking do that! That's
I feel
fucking
like-
creepy.
I feel like Rhett would be coughing. Personally.
Do they look any different?
Let me see. 1 second.
Red and Mirabelle look 3 years older. I look 12. I look 12 years older, which probably is nothing.
I'd have to. I actually would have to look at this. I'm not sure. Talk amongst yourselves.
Old. If we aged, how much older could we have gotten?
Yeah, that's exactly what. Hold on, give me a second. Aurora looks no different. There is around Aurora's nose, you see like slightly deeper lines, but it's barely noticeable. It looks like maybe she had a rough night's sleep. Mirabelle. No, Mirabelle doesn't look any different, really. Besides maybe, like, some heavier bags under the eyes, but even then it's pretty mild. Yeah, Rhett looks no different either.
Okay.
Again, bags under the eyes. That's about it.
Wild, you're just like, thank God I'm not ugly.
I'm gonna say this right now. I hate curses. It's literally my pet peeve. Anything that makes you age dramatically. It's literally the worst thing.
Is it bad that I was half expecting you to say that Rhett's now a silver fox?
I would have not been happy.
No, it's for those of you who have seen Critical Role. The obelisk is the same
It's
obelisk.
the Jester one.
It's the Jester one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Jester
that's
one.
what time is, though obviously it's slightly different, but
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone, they all just like shoot up awake.
Yeah, we all just
Yeah.
pop up.
Rhett's eyes are wide and he's just coughing.
Or is instantly going to look at Rhett. Did you ask it a question as well?
He like silently nods. His eyes are still wide.
Or is going to just like gently pat him on the back just to try to kind of help him with the coughing, but like awkwardly does the pat there.
He's
And looks at Mirabelle.
processing.
Are you all right?
Mirabelle nods, but she doesn't like look at Aurora or anything. She's just kind of reciting something to herself, almost like a mantra of sorts at this point.
How about we all agree to not go into freaky obelisks in the middle of the desert? Cool? Cool.
Aurora's just going to kind of look at her hands where, obviously no one knew this, but where she was holding the, the, not that, the device and the sword. And her one eye just, she looks very lost in thought.
So anyone gonna tell what they, ask the funny looking guy?
I'm not sure I can.
Rhett's gonna pull his gun out and just look at it. He's staring at it.
Yeah, Aurora's just looking at her hands.
How aged have my hands have become?
You look just like yourself.
Yeah, we know. We know.
Yeah, we know we look fine, but we don't know that.
Yeah. Why are you messaging us while you're on the toilet? What the fuck?
So
Thank you, Shex.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you, Shex, for
sorry.
engaging.
No,
Shex
it's
is like,
okay. I had to step away because my new mic is so powerful that I can't have the door open anymore. Sorry.
Shex is like, lying.
Nev's like, so
Like-
we're not gonna talk about it, you know.
A lot happened there.
The fuck?
I think at this point, Mirabelle finally kind of fully snaps back to the conversation. And while she's saying this, you'll notice she kind of takes off the glove to her right hand, the prosthetic one. Or is it her right hand, or is it? I'm
think it's her
forgetting
right
which one I
hand.
made her.
You like
Yeah,
do
it
the
is.
whole like
Yeah, it is-
L.
it is
You
her
do
right-
the L. You do
Yeah,
the L move to
it
figure
was-
out if it's a left hand or right hand. So
Yeah. No, I just had to double check the prosthetic limb item. Yeah, it's a right arm. You notice she kind of takes her right glove off and she just kind of starts tracing the gravekeeper symbol that's beveled into the back of the hand as she's kind of saying these next words. Did you all follow me into that?
No. I did not see you, Lorette.
wait, what?
You know what I saw? I saw 3 idiots pass out in the sand. So what the fuck?
I went in to go grab you, Mirabelle, and then I felt the same thing you felt. Because you passed out and were cold.
I'm assuming the same thing happened to me.
Do you not remember?
No, I walked up to the obelisk, and then she shakes her head.
Mirabelle just kind of sighs a bit. You really didn't have to follow me. That was my decision, and I had my reasons.
don't feel guilty, Mirabelle. I think Matt and Aurora also had some answers they wanted, didn't they?
I told you all about my reincarnation. That my memory of that whole turn of events is hazy and not quite what I thought it was. I had to know why. I had to know what purpose there was for the second chance, why I got it. In a way, I feel like I have more questions than answers, though.
But this entity told you something.
If what they implied is correct, I may not have been wrong when I believed I picked a fight with a death god in my final moments as a human. I was incorrect on which death god. And now I believe I may be caught between two of them. For what purpose? I'm still unsure.
Which ones? If you care to answer.
Mirabelle kind of takes a moment to, I don't remember the exact wording from it, but she kind of recites back to herself some of the rhyming that she heard in her vision. She then kind of just holds up her hand and points to the Gravekeeper sigil beveled on the back of it. If I understood correctly, I was reincarnated in the Gravekeeper's image. But I was saved from another death god by them.
Sorry, real quick. The other way around. Another death guard reincarnated you, and you were saved by the Gravekeeper.
Oh.
Sorry, I wasn't clear with that. That was my bad.
Sorry, alright. I was reincarnated by one death god, but saved by the Gravekeeper. And apparently, whatever fate was meant for my reincarnation may have been the decision of the Soul Taker.
Who's that?
All of you make a religion check with disadvantage.
Damn.
Ooh.
Oh, double fours. 11.
17.
17.
12.
12.
23.
23.
Oh,
Holy shit.
I know this guy.
And 9 for Mirabelle.
9 for Mirabelle. None of you know this god, except Aurora. The name of it pulls at something in your memory. You feel like maybe a long time ago you might have known more about this god. But whenever the name was spoken, the Soul Taker, it was with like fear and reverence. A very, very ancient god.
Okay. So that's all I have is that
Oh,
they
yeah.
were someone
You
feared, respected,
you
and
have
very, very, very,
heard-
very old.
Yeah, you've heard the name in passing. It is an old as fuck god, and you don't know, like, it's like the boogeyman of gods. Like, you don't know who it is.
Okay. Aurora will look at Mirabelle and I feel like I've heard that name before. Not sure where, but I know that it is a very ancient god who is feared, perhaps respected as much as you can respect a god, but not one to be taken lightly.
I'd say we stop fucking with death gods, all of us, cause nothing good comes out of it from the looks of it.
To be fair, that decision was already made on my behalf long before I met any of you. Or else I wouldn't be here right now.
What was the cost?
Oh.
Time.
We were all...
Time.
I gave up time. Given mine has ended once before, I have no reason to hold on to it if it means answers.
Cecilia is there a spell she could cast or something? Like, she's a chronomancer. Can she, like, do some sort of arcana check to figure out, like, how much would have been taken from them?
Sure, make an arcana check. You would be using detect magic here, and then, like, a little bit of, like, your own little flair of arcana. I'll allow this. This is just, like, a little...
Okay. Can I do detect magic as a ritual so I don't have to knock off the spell slot?
Yeah, sure. You're in the back of a car. It's moving, so go for it.
Hell yeah. So 22.
22. Not a whole lot, but enough. Rhett, who was in his late 20s, it's the aura of maybe, like, someone who's a little more tired but still youthful.
30.
Yeah, 30-ish, maybe. Or maybe, like, just tipping into 30. Same with Mirabelle, later 20s now. Aurora is an elf. So, you don't know. It's kind of hard to gauge. But not a whole lot. A little bit. More so than Rhett and Mirabelle, but it's also an elf, so... She doesn't look too much older. Maybe the equivalent of being, like, getting a couple more wrinkles in your mid-30s.
I don't know if it's brave or complete stupidity to bargain with time. The three of you are very lucky. Not much has been taken.
As I said, mine has already ended once. And I have the feeling the answers I'm still seeking might only be given to me at this point if I have a meeting with the death god who is looking out for me.
Sorry, I was going to say something. I saw what Shex just wrote.
Yeah, it's like y'all became smokers for a year and then lost a bit of time.
Oh, God.
You know? Not a lot.
It's fine.
Nothing that a couple bad choices wouldn't take from you anyway.
Yeah.
Touche.
You drink 4 logos in your early 20s. That's the, that's the, not nothing too much, but there's a little impact.
Yeah. Anyway.
Aurora
ahead,
looks at Mirabelle and goes, well, maybe not be too eager to meet a death god face to face. To Nev's point, that does not sound like a very pretty endeavor, shall we say?
Oh god, it sucked.
Yes, that's what I said.
Why do you want to meet them?
At first, I just wanted to know why I had been reincarnated, why I was given this second chance, what that purpose was. But if the one who did that for me is not the same as the one who saved me from these spectral chains, as that being put it, there's more to this than I think I first thought. I just want to know what I'm caught up in. More so than what I was caught up in with the Allery Syndicate.
Wow.
The one thing I know for sure...
My bad.
Sorry.
No, you go.
The one thing I know... The one thing I know for sure, I don't believe I would have ended up in that situation if it wasn't for Severine Allery. Dealing with her has not changed, at least for me.
While this conversation is happening, Rhett's going to scoot away from where he was sitting, and he's gonna sit at the end of the cart. He's still listening, but he's gonna sit like on the end bit, so like his feet are dangling on, like on the off side of the cart. While he listens.
Nev is like slowly getting back to working on those rifles because she still has a deadline.
It probably costs you like too much time now that you can't make them in time.
Shut up.
we gambled with time. The time was the time you had.
it was actually
This is what this was the whole time.
We sacrificed your time to work on your project, Nev. Sorry.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
lost
the
a
deadline's actually
collective.
passed.
You lost a collective of
It's like-
18 years of time.
It's 18 years of time. The guns are no longer needed.
Yeah, your
Oh,
Oh,
contract
dude, we
was
won the
dead.
war, dude.
We just end up in a time warp.
Yeah. I think Cecilia is watching Rhett like a hawk as she she will help if Viz is still steering the cart. She will help at the front.
Aurora is going to stay. She's actually going to sit across from Mirabelle. I don't think I quite realized how much of a burden you have.
I honestly did not think my burden was this heavy. But given how my life has gone up to this point, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised.
I think I can relate. I'm not quite sure, based on the fact I... Oh, apparently I'll probably never quite remember who I was. Although, I suppose in a way I did get my answer.
You consider that a good thing?
Or is kind of quiet for a long moment. I'm not quite sure. I asked because I wanted to know who I was. And I was told who I was. I do not know if I still am that person. Or if I'll be able to complete the mission that I've been on. Or that I was on. Probably a little odd to say that only time will tell, since we all sacrificed time from ourselves.
Mirabelle just kind of chuckles a bit at that. Well, really didn't have to follow me.
Yes, but you are one of us.
It's been so long, it feels like, since La Sinfonia de Shatara. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to have people who actually do care for me.
Or she kind of, her ears flick and she does like a very small smile. I've only known Rhett for, well, for literally as long as I can remember. And it's just always been us looking out for each other. She looks around the group. We are an odd group, but it is nice to, I believe the term is messed up as we are, we seem to all mess up together. But in a good way? I'm not quite sure I'm saying that right. Words have always been a bit hard for me.
Mirabelle just kind of smiles at that, and you can kind of see tears beginning to form in her eyes a bit. Perfectly imperfect. I remember Luna once told us that about my old group.
Apologies, I did not mean to remind you of her.
No. No, you're alright. It's just funny that I seem to have found a new family after all. One that reminds me so much of them. One that cares for me as they did.
It has given you a nickname. You're basically family to us.
This time I will do whatever it takes to make sure I do not lose that family.
And, well, then I will do the same. I'll make sure that our family is not hurt. Whether it's the Syndicate, these strange creatures, or the gift now. At least we seem to have given those three back in the theater a good scare, even if it did mean getting booted across the land and being separated from others of our party.
Hopefully wherever they ended up, they're doing alright.
I hope so. I'm pretty sure that Nev will not be happy if her not girlfriend is in a worse condition than when we left her. Or left them.
Mirabelle cannot resist cracking a chuckle at that.
Okay. What else is going on at this moment? Or is everybody just kind of chilling for the rest of the day?
Cecilia will fill everybody in on what she learned from the letters from Brindov.
Okay.
Like about the ultrathine.
Yeah. Nev's ears perk up at ultrathine. Is what it was it?
Ultrathine?
Are you sure you hear it from the sound
think
of
it was-
drilling in your gun?
Yes.
Yeah, you're like clang.
Yeah. As soon as she says ultrathine, just the drilling just stops, and Nev's just like looking in her direction.
Yeah. We don't have to like RP, but yeah, just yeah, it's like a nithine type substance, translucent, almost purplish, very similar to nithine, but more explosive, but notably different from anti-nithine. So like there's nithine, ultrathine, and then anti-nithine, which is something quite different.
She
will also
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Yeah. She will also tell Aurora about the how Brindov referred to elves as bearers of time and how these kind of were fundamentally changing in her astral projections. But I think as she kind of explains it to Aurora, specifically, like, when she refers to elves being, like, a bearers of time as, like, a title, there's a distinct look of distaste on Cecilia's face as she explains that.
Ears just kind of like twitch as she listens to Cecilia, and like I guess her tail was still out since it was drifting in the sand. Kind of does a little flick as well. Bearer of time.
Would Cecilia know if that is something that people generally called elves? Like, if that's not an uncommon experience? Like, title to bestow them?
You've never heard that term used on elves. You've heard them to be described as other things. Fate Weavers. There's, at one point, they got called, Never Agers. Which just, there was a belief that elves just couldn't die. Of old age, anyway. But, yeah, that one's new.
I will just quickly point out that it's funny that Aurora's been saying she's an Eladrin this whole time, but it's like... Oh, yeah, Aurora just kind of blinks. That is odd. Tail just does a little flick flick.
Yeah, I think for the rest of it, Cecilia is just helping Viz with the animal handling when necessary and watching Rhett like a hawk.
That means you're helping with the horses and then looking back.
She's
pretending
to help with the horses.
You're just looking at Rhett's back.
Fully locked in. Yeah, fully locked in.
To be fair, it's hard to hear your own thoughts around the sound of Nev making her stuff.
Fine.
Which there is a point where you guys have to stop for the night, just because the horses are tired.
Mm-hmm. I think when we stop for the night, Nev is gonna pull Viz aside and be like, hey, you still got room for that sending spell, right?
Yeah, it's been a day. Yeah.
We should probably tell the other two what's going on and where we're headed, and make sure that they're still alive.
Let's see how many I got of these. I forgot how many I get of these. I get a two of these. Alright. Who
25 words, right?
Who should I talk to first?
Well, we will be really well, cross our fingers that they're, in the same spot. Let's start with Sketch first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Shit, now I gotta think of 25 words.
How could you do this to Evan?
Fuck.
Poor fucking Evan's
gotta
just been
call
fucking...
my wife.
Evan's just been vibing this whole time.
You're not wife, or you're not girlfriend.
I gotta call my not wife.
You're gonna use your brother to call your
because
wife
that's what
not
siblings
wife.
do.
Yeah. Hey, can you call my wife for me? Tell her that we're gonna be a little late to dinner.
Just go. Wait. Okay. I need to figure out 25 words. Actually, if anyone else if Cecilia wants to be petty towards Rhett, she has time to do that. Well, I think of words.
Oh God, I hate that response.
Oh boy.
Just while she remembers it, Cecilia is going to pass Nev and Viz and give Riz the
Riz.
Riz?
Damn.
Just her name again.
Girl is already too excited for Fantasy High. She's like, that comes out Wednesday.
That actually is what it is. Yeah, and Riz Gutgag is my favorite character in Fantasy High. That's just what it is. Riz Gutgag. Did I say okay? Nev and Viz.
Yeah.
It's, you know what, if I say Viz and Nev, it's fine. But if I try and say Nev and Viz, I go just Nev and Riz. Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ring of, what is it called? The ring of
The funny ring.
The funny ring. I'm gonna give him the funny ring. Just like slide it into like your hand as I walk by.
Thank you. Fuck, I gotta start over.
You know what to do now.
Fuck, I gotta start over. Hold on.
Wait, it's okay. It's okay, Evan. I'm writing it out right now in Google Docs. So
I'm
just-
writing it out in the chat right now.
Oh, jeez.
And then yeah, she's gonna keep walking, and she's just gonna like do that thing where like, if Rhett's still sitting in the back of the cart, she's just gonna like kind of come and approach in his like periphery.
If we had parked for a fucking camp, he would have gotten up. He's just silent as he's like preparing for like the rest. So
Yeah, so Celia's just gonna like phase into his like peripheral vision and just be like pretending to sort through things. And she's just like watching.
can I say Red's noticed you've been watching the whole time, or do I have to make a roll for that?
She's not been subtle. Even like when she comes into your peripheral vision, like she's not trying to be sneaky.
Red's just gonna like let out a sigh as he closes his eyes. Is there something you want to say to me?
Just think, disappearing obelisks in the middle of the desert are maybe as dangerous as forbidden magic books. And I think it's funny that you asked a question today.
My question didn't affect someone in the group.
Mm-hmm.
Your book was affecting me.
Oh, how was it?
Terrible.
I mean, how did it affect you?
I don't like the Mad Prophet.
That's very interesting. That would have been good to know before you stole the book from me.
I was going to tell you, but then we had an entire audience come into the room where of interrogation last at the inn.
Mm-hmm. But after you stole the book from me.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's still doing stuff like putting out a bedroll. He's like it's like I feel like I imagine just him doing stuff and Cecilia's just like tailing behind him. Just like
No, Cecilia's like organizing her books.
Okay.
All of her books are laid out on the table. There's still a noticeable gap where her Mad Prophet book was.
Can Rhett take a glance at the books?
Does
he see the Nihilist book there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Rhett's just gonna inhale.
I find it interesting that you didn't care about the other ones. The Mutilator book almost burned me alive.
I had already taken the Mad Prophet book before that.
Yeah.
Didn't want to test my chances on a boat in the sky.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
So why?
Why I don't like the Mad Prophet?
Yes.
I have history with that god. Look, I'm not the best at not lying.
Could tell.
It's my go-to. I truly did not believe that you would let me take the book.
You did
still don't.
try.
Based on how eager you are for knowledge, I assumed so.
Mm-hmm.
And that was wrong of me. Or maybe
It
it's
was.
true and that you still would. But either way, it was wrong of me to take it without talking to you.
Yeah. I didn't touch the obelisk, so
I know that.
it's very clear maybe some of your assumptions about my character are untrue. And I'm glad you are now recognizing that.
I know for an absolute fact you were fighting every single willpower in your bones to not touch it.
And did I? No.
Congratulations, you have character growth, my darling.
Yes. What did you ask?
Rhett just kind of pauses while he's like setting stuff up. It's like he freezes for a second. I asked how to destroy that god.
I think Cecilia's eyebrows fully raise at that. That's interesting.
I told you we don't have the best of history.
Did you get an answer?
I have more questions. And I think that there's something that would be noticeable is that when Rhett like got off of the cart and stuff, he didn't like put his gun back into the holster, and he usually always does. He always keeps it usually on him. This time the gun is like set aside. He's not touching the gun. He put that gun farther away from where he is right now. I think since Cecilia has been watching him like a hawk this entire time, she would notice that during the ride he had been staring at his gun majority of the time after that.
What are you two fighting?
Who?
You and your patron.
I wouldn't say fighting. I'm just processing.
Learn something you didn't like about him? Was he upset?
I can't tell if your questions are laced with enjoying this or genuine curiosity.
Both.
Yes, I did learn more about him. I learned more about the Prophet, and I learned more about him. I learned a lot of different things from that question, and I don't know what to do with it.
Did you learn?
Do you care?
Yes.
Insight.
I wouldn't ask if I didn't.
Insights.
Go ahead.
You know the rule.
And he's like,
Deception,
he's like
insight.
he's asking, in genuine, like, do you care? Like, you worried care, or do you care only because you want to know more? That is pretty high. 23.
I don't know if I want to roll anything. She's not trying to be deceptive. She's interested because she wants to know. But it's not like malicious. It's not like just interested for gossip. She's not necessarily worried about it in the sense that like she is worried about what that information will do to her. But she's like genuine in her interest because it seems important. And you seem upset about it.
Rhett you'll notice because Rhett's always like kind of like hard to read, like especially with his eyes, because you can't really see the pupils at all. You don't even know where he's looking sometimes. He's been pretty like tight jaw while talking to you, just because it's like, I'm gonna get ripped into, huh? You know. But kind of after he like takes a glance at you and kind of like takes you in, he does the jaw relaxes and his eyes kind of, instead of becoming so sharp, kind of soften a little bit. Just a little. What was your question again? I forgot.
What did you learn?
What did I learn? I learned that I might have went from having bad history with one god into having new history with another one. One of which is amongst those books you still have now.
Which one?
He'll... Are they close enough for... he'll point with his tail, yeah.
Okay.
Like, towards the nihilist.
And you say bad history.
With the Mad Prophet, yes.
But then with the nihilist,
I don't know.
you just have history.
I don't know whether to perceive it as bad now or not. I don't know who I made a deal with, I'm realizing. But I also
think
don't know
Cecilia's-
which one's worse.
Cecilia, like the puzzle pieces are clicking as you're saying this. Bounty is the nihilist?
And the brother
that-
of the Mad Prophets.
Well, I believe I knew that second
Yeah.
part.
Don't look much into that, and that's, it's hard to see, hard to think.
Can't.
I grew
You are
up
never.
I grew up in a church, but I don't really care for religion.
Oh, I don't care for religion either. It's very interesting because, books, but I don't care for it much either. But this is fascinating. What I do know is you can never, ever say anything to me ever again about my choices in wanting power because you made a deal with one of the, super forbidden evil gods. That's really funny to me.
I didn't make a deal because I wanted power.
Knowledge.
No.
Help.
In a way, yes. I made a deal because I was going to die.
Interesting. And he saved you.
He did. Similar
Was he
to
saving you
how-
from the Mad Prophet?
I assume so, yes. I've assumed so this entire time. I wouldn't not think it. You can kind of tell from his answers, it's like, now his answers are like, instead of it being so certain, like he probably would have answered had he not known anything, it's like, I'd assume so at this point. Like, I would think. That's where his answers are starting to form. I have become... I've become a vessel for one god and not the other. I was originally going to be one for the Mad Prophets, And now I am one for the Nihilist, apparently. And that is bounty.
You're wondering what? What is that expression? It's out of the frying pan into the fire?
Rhett like makes a he has like a hard smile on his face, like it's a tight smile. Yeah, you could say that.
If it's any consolation, out of all of those 3 books, The Nihilist was the easiest to read.
Or like pauses. What did you learn from it?
Let me open my notes. Their name is Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
On the day of the Hollow, all gods were asked to choose a side. As the god of loss, he gave an oath of neutrality. He chose not to act. That is why he is of the Hallowed Pantheon.
Rhett is quiet for a little bit after hearing that. Well, it's better than what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I thought I just got screwed over twice in my life.
Bounty, your patron. I mean, I don't know him, but he seems helpful. He helped Nev. He helped you, helped Nev.
He's the reason I'm standing here still.
What?
Hmm?
I don't know what the other, 8 books of these, but I picked up The Mistress of Screams today, and that one sounds terrible. I don't even think I'm gonna open it.
Yeah, you really shouldn't, unless we run
No.
into that cult.
Yeah, I really don't think I'm gonna open that one. That just seems bad, but I don't know. Gods are fickle. And I think you'll see a very, rueful smile on her face when they choose to help. Really help. They can really make a difference. Why would you say no to it?
Right. Right. Pauses again before nodding. It is true. Thank you for the information, and I'm sorry again.
Thank you. I accept your apology, but... And she will get a little closer. Steal from me again, and you'll lose more than a few years. Yeah, and she'll pack up her things. She will leave the Nihilist book, just on the ground where she was sorting it, and she will go start like, you know, undoing her bedroll and like starting her nightly routine.
Rhett will look at the book and like pick it up. It's not like and he'll whisper to himself, it's not like I have a lot to live for. Anyway. He'll put it in his backpack.
Alright, Viz and Nev have what they're gonna send.
Yeah. I counted, and you're gonna see it by by how I send this.
All right.
Yeah, so this whole time you guys were talking, Viz and Nev, you just heard them whispering, like, yeah, like counting,
And then Viz goes,
trying to figure it out. Yeah. She's like, you got this. Alright. 27 times the chomp. Let's go.
Do you want me to read it, or I mean, I have to read it.
Yeah, you have to be the one
so-
to read it.
Yeah, you gotta read it.
So, Viz, this time, since he's like, okay, it works this time, he's like, huh, I wonder if I have to talk it. I'm not gonna do this part because I don't know how to do this part, but he'll, like, say hey normally, but the rest of it will be in, like, a choir-like chant.
Jesus
And-
Christ.
And he goes like, hey, it's Viz. We're going to Clanshire. Hope you're alive and with Coraline. Where and how are you? Nev, I forgot the why. And he really lets this go for a while. Really misses
okay,
you.
cut that
Really
shit out.
worried about you. Bye. And that's it. That's what he said.
Oh yeah, we sent that to Sketch, by the way, too, so...
Yeah, we sent it a sketch.
There's a deft pause. And you just hear a... There's like a sigh on the other end.
Does that count as a word or is that free?
It does. It's one word.
Jesus.
I'm fine. Suppose it's good to hear from you. Coraline isn't here. Don't know what happened. In Eversummer, heading to Silverborn, following thread. Don't die. And that's it.
Shit. No. Sketch is dead. I didn't get a response.
Let me make an insight check.
Sketch is dead, dog.
Oh yeah, 18. Bitch.
Make a
What
deception
she said.
check. Make a deception check.
I'm good at though.
Yeah, this is a bard, bro.
Oh fuck, I forgot. This is good at
24.
lying.
24. You believe him.
Yo, what the fuck?
I don't
Are
know.
you for real right now?
Yes.
Holy shit. Maybe we should call Coraline then. Damn.
Yeah, maybe. Hold
or
on a
maybe
second.
she's just so pissed off at me that she doesn't want to respond.
Yeah, hold on a second. Then he tells the group what Sketch said. He goes, it's like, hey, this is from Sketch.
Oh, you motherfucker. And Nev just kind of like flicks Viz in the forehead.
Mid saying whatever Sketch is going, ow, and then he continues.
You guys play sibling way too well.
Okay.
Can I still respond or no?
You'd have to send a new message if you'd like to reply again.
Okay. Alright, well,
You're welcome
alright.
to.
I could.
Is that a part of that's a part of the same spell. He doesn't have to use another spell slot, right?
No, he does. It's a
Yeah.
one-way word. You get send
Oh,
one message
damn.
and then you get one
Never
reply.
mind.
Yeah, like remember when I was Alaria and I got a lot of those sending messages, I couldn't do it back.
Yeah. Cool. Well, at least they're alive.
Well, yeah. All right. Fuck, I gotta do this again. I don't know. I guess. Do I have to write this one? Because we'll have to go to a different person to
We're gonna have
roleplay.
to pan to another person.
Yeah, roleplay. Yeah, for another group.
You don't have to write it. I can count the words if you want to like workshop it. Who are you sending a message to?
Coraline to see if Coraline's alive.
Okay.
Hey, it's Viz. That's all of them start like that.
Okay, 3.
You alive? That's 5.
Don't worry, I'm also counting.
We are going to Clanshire.
Okay.
Where are you? I don't know what the fuck to say. I don't got a funny thing to say.
Your horse is still in Westover?
Oh, that's a good point. What should we do about Cheddar? How many words am I at?
You have 6 or 7 words left.
Damn.
You don't have to use all the words. You can leave it at
I
that.
know.
Like,
Missing hot gasp. Okay, bye. Also in a chanting tone.
You pooping?
You hear a more eager reply back. Hi, I got sent to Avhalia. I'm going back to Ashedonia. Oh man, Cheddar. When you see the ship, send them back my way? Good luck. Really. And that's it.
And I can't reply, right?
No, you'd have to send another
Okay.
one.
Alright, well that both my 3rd level spell slots are done today. Coraline alive! And then relays the information.
I
So
sure you
nobody
said
died.
Coraline alive, but I just heard Koala!
Sorry, I think it's hilarious that the first thing Sketch does is just sigh. Like, God damn it.
And it's a word.
That counts as a word, and that's really funny.
Word.
The emotional level of that sigh was enough.
Sketch is like, why? I was doing
Like,
fine.
why do you even bother?
I like to think that normally it like wouldn't pick up, but Sketch willed that into being one of the words.
Yes.
Yeah, she probably did, to be honest.
Sketch used their magic that they shouldn't be using.
Technically, she didn't
Yeah,
use
she's
any
like,
magic. This
yeah,
is
that-
technically Viz's spell, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're passed out again.
They used their magic to make that sigh a word.
Two damage.
Yeah. That's more like it. Somewhere across the way, Sketch just passes out.
Sketch is now just getting like circled by vultures in the sky.
Yeah.
Like that fucking scene out of Lion King.
Yeah, God.
She gets
Sketch-
picked up by a Timon and Pumbaa.
She's going on a wacky adventure.
Soon she's gonna be all Hakuna Matata-ing. Anyways.
Yeah. Someone's got a Hakuna Matata her. Since we're not around.
Okay, so what else are you guys doing right now?
Working on my gun.
Alright.
Aura's just like always looking up at the stars. If she can see them.
Okay. You look up at the stars. You can see them. You can see a lot of them actually out here in the desert. There's not a lot of light. It's beautiful. You can see like shooting stars on occasion too. Like it's a really good view out here. Nev, are you working all night?
If I do not, will I not get them done in time?
You'll be cutting it real close. There's a good chance you won't.
I'll work through the night.
Okay.
I'll take the point of exhaustion.
Go ahead and take the point of exhaustion.
I'm now at 2.
Okay. Anything else the rest of you doing before you bunker down? Or are we good to move on to the next day?
Are we like, well, I'm gonna be awake the whole time, so I could just also keep watch while I'm working. Even though I'm a perception dump. That's probably not a good idea.
Also, you've got you got most of your mind on your work, so.
Yeah, so maybe if...
You're gonna like look up to like check everything and then like slam your hammer down. You're like, ow!
Yeah.
Look up, bang, get yourself with a thumb. Aurora will definitely take one of the watches since she only needs the 4 hours.
2 of the watches, because
2 of the watches, yeah. Yeah, I guess I could do 2. So there you go.
Yeah. You're lucky, Aurora. During your watch, you can see everything for miles because it's just open, vast land with this like deserty tundra that you're walking through. It's also cold at night, really, really cold at night, colder than you would have expected. But no danger for miles. You feel pretty at ease.
I will say, Aurora does still feel kind of a little uneasy from what she saw, so she does kind of get up and sort of like pace the perimeter of the camp. And again, it's like her tail is still out. She hasn't hidden that thing, so it's just kind of like every once in a while doing like the little cat sort of twitch tail.
Sure. Before long, your watch is over, and you start to feel yourself need rest. Who are you going to wake up for the next watch? Or who would have asked to be on the next watch?
Yeah.
In the next watch.
Okay.
Right. Or Aurora's gonna walk over to Cecilia and kind of gently nudge her awake.
Okay.
Okay. Cecilia is going to, as she walks over, she doesn't want to be by herself, so she's gonna like, just like tap Fizz on the arm.
Yeah.
Come on, watch.
Oh, all right. He rubs his eyes and he just kind of sits up. He goes, "Okay."
If you look over, you see Nev just like completely engrossed in her work.
It is very difficult to sleep in general, so there is quite a bit of noise. Okay, but oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I wasn't sure if anything was gonna happen. Go ahead.
What does it say? Any fun ideas with the ring?
Yeah, I got some brewing. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was thinking something with mage hand, but like mage band.
Cecilia giggles at that. That's a good one. That's a good one. There were some very fun ones. I was thinking illusory crypt. If we ever needed I don't know, a disguise in a graveyard or something.
So wait, so instead of like Viz writing out and it's like, oh, this is official doctrine, he's just like, all right, graveyard. Just a magic graveyard.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Fortune's flavor, if anything ever tastes bad.
That one's good. I like that one.
Yeah. Tasha's mind whip. Tasha's mind flip. you know?
Oh, you do a flip?
I
You do a
just-
cool flip?
Either that or their brain just fully turns around in its head and completely detaches.
That's that's an upsetting visual, but you know what? Hey, that's pretty good.
I got one. Arcane lock into arcane sock. Just a sentient sock puppet.
That's fun. I like that. So, like, I don't know. You're the only one who hasn't, I don't know, put themselves in great harm's way to gain forbidden knowledge. No appeal?
I saw that spooky ass skeleton, and I and I don't want it was gonna touch me. I don't like that. I saw it live. I'm too small, and that was like 100 feet tall. I don't like it. Get his gross bone hands on me.
That's fair. Yeah. It was kind of gross.
And then seeing what those books did to you, you know, I go out of my way to get some knowledge sometimes, but it's mostly for my job. But I ain't letting no skeleton grab me, man. That'd fuck me up, dude.
Yeah, like you have no desire to make a deal with an otherworldly being for knowledge.
Old Shambler, maybe. Whatever the fuck Old Shambler was. But, like, not a skeleton, man.
That's fair.
That's scary.
Okay. That's fair.
Viz don't like creepy crawlies.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. I don't like them either. Or just, you know. I think Rhett thinks I'm a bad person.
Whoa.
Why would you say that?
Whoa, what the fuck? Where did that come from?
I mean... Do I seem like a megalomaniac?
I don't know what that word means.
Like a power-hungry person who will do anything and crush anyone in their way for authority and what they want, with no consideration.
I mean, a little
others.
bit.
Never. I wouldn't
What?
say that.
I'm being honest.
I
Not to
wouldn't
mention,
say
she
that.
got the money for it. She got the, you know, rich from birth kind of stuff going on. It's
not
understandable.
rich. I really was not rich from birth. It was okay.
I don't nepo, but you are a nepo baby, right?
A
Nev,
little, yeah.
Nev,
I'm not
you
gonna
need to
deny it a little bit. Yeah.
Nev, you need to calm down.
Viz, have I ever been calm?
No, but Nev.
I do appreciate the honesty.
I don't think you are. You want to know stuff. I mean, we're kind of like, I want to know stuff, but like the stuff you want to know is a lot, and I'm like kind of content with the stuff. Like I get my mindset on one thing. I'm like, yeah, I gotta know about that. You know what I mean? But I ain't gonna burn my hands for it. Granted, I don't think you knew that was gonna happen, and I'm not
I really didn't think that was going to happen. No.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't think anyone would have expected your hands to start on fire.
Yeah, no, it sucks. If I were to fall over, I like still really couldn't get up. It's like a thing. It would be
That's-
really hard.
Yeah, I don't think you're a megalodon.
Thank you.
Megalomaniac, Viz.
What? I said that.
No, you didn't. Megalodon's a big shark.
Yeah, I know what a megalodon is.
Yeah, but no, she said megalomania. Oh, god damn it. I haven't gotten enough sleep for this conversation.
Comforting that. Yes, that's comforting.
That he called you a shark?
That that although I may not express them, that my intentions are not to hurt others.
You think Viz wants, not Viz, oh my god. You think Rhett wants you to hurt, you think Rhett thinks you want to hurt others?
I think Rhett thinks that I wouldn't care if I did, if it meant I got what I wanted.
Yeah, no, you don't. No, I don't think so. I just think you want to put more stuff in your brain.
I hope so. We'll see. And, yeah. She's gonna go back to watching the horizon.
Viz is gonna try to whisper this, so at least Nev doesn't hear it. He's gonna lean over to Cecilia. He's like, "I know you read my manuscript."
Yes, I did.
Well, what do you think?
It was quite good. It was written very well.
Don't fuck with me, man.
I'm not. I'm being so honest. And she's gonna look back at Viz. I thought the characters were compelling. I thought the story was moving. I thought the writing was very good quality. I think it could sell very well. It'd be very popular.
Viz
I
looks
did
away.
read it all.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't read the entire thing, but what I did, it was very good.
Viz looks away from Cecilia for a moment. He's like, "Damn. You really mean that?" And he looks back.
I think she's gonna smile and look at Viz and just very honestly, I really mean it. I think you are a very gifted writer.
Can I hug you?
Absolutely. She's gonna give him a big hug.
He hugs. Thank you.
Why don't you publish it? Have you tried?
I don't think I'm that good to publish. I think I'm like a news kind of guy. You know what I mean? I don't think it means a lot that you really like it, and like giving me a bit of a confidence boost there. But I'm worried that not a lot of other people would share what you think.
Is that what's holding you back? Just fear?
I mean, one can consider it fear, but yeah.
I don't think you should let what you think other people are going to think of your writing impact sharing it with others, because, well, I think everyone's their own worst critic. And like I said, it's very good. But I would understand. I'm also sorry. That was also probably very rude to pry, but
Not, it's all right. I do feel a bit better about it. Would you mind? I haven't worked on it in a bit, but would you mind if I do, if you proofread it?
I would be honored.
Thank you.
I mean, I've never proofread fiction before, but I'm pretty good at editing essays for the younger students, so I think I could help.
His smiles and his like he starts like tapping his feet, but like not like impatiently. He's like happy. He's really happy. He has a small, bright purple blush on his cheeks.
I'm very glad I met you, Viz.
I'm glad I met you too. Yeah, you're pretty cool.
All right. Well, yes, let me know if you ever want me to proofread it, and I'd be more than happy.
Okay.
His feet go like more tappy.
Okay.
What was that noise?
I don't know. I just enjoyed that interaction. It was funny.
Wait, we go. Damn.
All right. I'm allowed to comment. I'm allowed to think on it. All right. Is anyone going to be taking the next watch?
I mean, I can take the next watch again since
No, you
I
need
would- yeah, my-
4 hours of sleep, so you can only take 2 watches. Okay.
Oh, I already
Cecilia
did the watch. Oh, my bad.
Oh, Cecilia will shake Red awake.
Oh, jeez.
Like she'll just like as she's walking by, she'll just like kick his bedroll a little bit.
Oh my god.
Wait, shake me or kick me? Which one? You gotta
Not
choose.
kick you, not kick you. Kick your bedroll.
Okay,
a
so you're
little
not
bit.
shaking me away.
You're like using
No,
your foot to
gonna-
shake the bedroll, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
just noticeably not gentle.
Rhett
you know?
will sit up. I was already half awake because of all this noise.
Perfect. You're on the next watch.
Great. You'll do the next watch while sitting farther away from Nev, even though it doesn't matter. You'll still hear all that banging.
Sure. Anything you do on your watch, or just quietly observe?
Look at the book.
Which
Look
book?
at the book. That's the Nihilist book that Cecilia gave him.
Nihilist book.
Mm-hmm. I don't recall this doing anything yet, like the other books have, right?
No, you open it and it's written lazily. Like no effort's gone into it. There's big letters on some pages and small ones on the others, notes in the margins as though somebody was like adding afterthoughts in. But for the most part, it does tell you what Cecilia already confirmed, that that the Nihilist was impartial. That he is the god of darkness and loss. That his impartiality and his unwillingness to fight on either side during the Hollow led him to be cast aside as a hallowed god for his inaction.
Okay. There's nothing else of the book to read, basically. It's just basically that. It's
No.
not like
It essentially just tells the story. You see mentions of other gods in there, what they said in response, how they reacted.
you would want to know that because he's curious.
Well, which god do you want to know?
Does it do all of them, even the Hallowed Pantheon, or just like?
Pretty prominent ones. If you list a god, I'll tell you if they said something. I'm not going to read you this whole book. No, the Mad Prophet did not say anything.
Okay. But we've been talking about this. The only thing he could think of, like off the top of his head, for gods was what has been mentioned. He'll look at the ones that have been mentioned during the journey. So like Lady of Luck, Gravekeeper, and Soul Taker. Because those
What
are the
about
first
the
ones.
Lawbearer?
Oh, the Lawbearer too. Yeah, he'll look up the ones that have been mentioned along the journey. Because out of pure curiosity.
The ones who had the Lawbearer of all of them had the most dramatic reaction. As the goddess of light, justice, and law, she saw inaction as making a choice to not do anything, which is almost worse than doing something vile. So she has a lot of strong words in that book against the nihilist.
He's like, yeesh, you got cursed the fuck out.
Yeah. The Gravekeeper quietly agreed. As the god of the dead, she had an opinion on which lives were more important than others, which lives were worth more. And she believed that his opinion that at the end of the day it's all the same, she thought that to be misinformed. There are very few opinions of the Hallowed Pantheon in this book. The one you do find is of the Mutilator, who strongly agreed that any god who chose not to fight was a god he could ally himself with. And you see that kind of reflected throughout the Scattered Pantheon. That most of them, including the Hallowed Pantheon, were in agreement that inaction is making a choice to allow people to continue to suffer.
He frowns a little bit at that, but yeah. He just ponders about it. And he closes the book and just continues the watch.
You close the book, and as you do, your gun, you didn't realize you thought it was holstered. You were almost certain it was holstered. But as you close the book and kind of put it down, you put it down right next to the gun, lying flat on the tundra in front of you. And you were almost certain it was on your holster a minute ago.
You'll pick up the gun.
You turn the gun, and it feels not warm, but there's something emanating from it. It's not pushing and prodding, it's just there.
He'll hold the gun for a little bit before, instead of putting it back and keeping a distance like he has been, he'll put it back in his holster.
You slip it back in your holster. And you don't see him, but as you kind of like play with the thumb of the book, in your head you hear, whenever you actually want to talk about this, I'm around. Can't run from it forever, Rhett.
Just give me a little time. Since I already lost it already.
Puh. That is so fucking dramatic. Oh my god. That
He
is
said it with a
so
smile.
fucking
He said it with a
dramatic.
smile.
You are ridiculous, my man. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm fucking out of here. And you don't hear me.
It was purely laced with sarcasm and jokingness. And he smiles more based on the reaction.
You don't
I'll
hear
talk
him.
to you later.
Yeah. You get the sense that he won't push you on this. You have to make the initiative.
Mm-hmm. He will. Just some time to process.
Okay. Morning eventually comes, and all of you have a deadline to hit. So you gotta move.
For the guns, right? What else deadline? Is that the only deadline?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No,
I was gonna say,
how
I'm
are
like,
we
what
doing
other
the guns there
deadlines?
now?
Like that's a
Yeah.
that's a line we don't gotta meet. She's gotta meet.
Yeah,
I don't know about
that
you.
was
By the way,
somebody who wanted a paycheck.
How much was I able to get done that during the night?
You have all the molds done. It's now doing the actual interior of the guns and working on the firearm properties of it, which is significantly more dangerous work, by the way. Because it's dangerous work. Like, you have to, like, fucking, deal with gunpowder and stuff. So, luckily, it's mainly the wiring and you don't have to, like, load each gun, but you have to test them.
I'm assuming when I hand them off, they're gonna be unloaded.
Yeah. But you do need to make sure they work.
Yeah, I know.
So at some point you'll have to test them, make sure they're all loading. You have the mold.
Yeah, I'll find a spot.
You'll have to be fine-tuning them for the rest of the day. Fixing quirks, greasing where it needs to be greased, Making sure you're not handing off junk, essentially.
Yeah. She has major bags under her eyes, and she's just like... She has, like, this little instant coffee that she's, like, mixing in with water. And just like, we're almost there. And then I'm never doing something like this on a short deadline again.
Alright. You all hop on your horses, and you continue onward in the cart. As you begin to move through this area, this space, you begin to see homesteads and farms spotting in the distance. The rough terrain desert for just a moment gets almost like to become more fertile soil the closer you get to the Blackwater. Not super fertile, but, good enough for farming. You see little homesteads in the distance, but there's something off about it. These homesteads should be cute and, like, well designed because they look very pretty. They have colonial style roofs of red tiles and these, like, Moorish arches, and some of them have blue and green, and it's pretty architecture even if it's modest. But you're getting a weird vibe. Like, people who are poking their heads out are kind of quickly shutting the shutters. There's a set of kids who seem to be playing outside one of the farmsteads along the path as you approach, and the second the horse begins to move through, you hear their mother quickly call for them, and they turn and look and then dart back into their house. It's a weird greeting for a town. You wonder if something's going on.
Wait, I forgot. This is us. We're entering into Clanshire this instant, right?
You're on the outskirts of Clanshire. So Clanshire is a farming town. You're seeing like little dots of farmland and like farmsteads as you're going through.
Okay.
Then in the distance, all of a sudden, you can start seeing the actual town begin to make its place. You see what was once a thriving farming town nestled in what looks to be along the polluted banks of the Blackwater. You see something different. And as you begin to move through, you witness a town that is starting to stand a testament to hardships faced of what looks to be anywhere between 2,000 to 3,000 people living in this space on the outskirts of the town. On the outskirts of Clanshire, amidst the withered fields, you can see weathered adobe walls and agricultural terraces inspired by like Andean construction, but it's showing signs of decay. If you've like ever seen like a palapis, which is like a part of vernacular architecture that kind of shades farmers, you see them kind of drooping. It's very much giving the lamenting of if what Mateo said was true and they are having a problem with their fountain, this would be a good sign of it. You begin to move through out of the exterior farmland and more towards what can only be described as like a barricaded exterior. There is small homesteads that surround the streets of the town that showcase these colorful murals, but the murals have been tarnished. While they were once pretty scenes, they seem to now have insignias drawn on them. You can see, Nev, you and Viz recognize the drip logos that have been spray painted on the walls, the spider,
Shit.
and the white, but then painted over with the insignia of the Conclave, the mercenary group, contesting them. And you see, as you begin to move the horse through these improvised barricades, you see guards that have been adorned with leathers and traditional hats that kind of, with these broad brims that are kind of hidden over. And you see an individual slowly begin to like push his way forward at the sound of your cart coming through. Mirabelle, when you see them approaching, you recognize one of them sit up and kind of like hold a hand over what looks to be some kind of sword and go, "Alto, quien vali?" You recognize this as Espanian. Basically demanding you stop and tell them who you are.
At hearing that, Viz is still the one driving the cart, right?
Yeah, Viz and Nev can both also understand Espanian.
Okay, sorry, my bad. You both hear that. It's very familiar to Mirabelle, but you two also pick it up.
Biz will stop the cart.
The figures begin to approach you. You see one of them in the lead. He looks to be a man in his early 40s, really sharp features and an athletic build that hints at like years of rigorous training. Really deep-set eyes concealed behind the brim of a shadowy hat. Dark leather.
Nev has stopped working on her guns.
Fair enough. You start like jamming your shit away. Dark leather.
Yeah.
No weapon, but you likely tell that it's just concealed. And he has a Conclave insignia on his chest, along with the two others that are behind him. What is your business? We're not letting in anybody just now.
We heard something was wrong with the water.
He looks
So,
he looks concerned that you know this.
we just heard it stopped. So, we were asked to go look at it.
Cecilia will send a message to Viz. Just be like, mention the wizard. Mention the wizard's name.
I just forgot his name. Shit.
Mateo, the Shore Whisper.
What was his name? Mateo?
Mateo Shore Whisper.
Mateo Shore Whisper, sent us to go check it out, see what's going on.
He kind of pauses at that. Eres en the drip? And you recognize an Espanian as, "Are you the drip?"
What the? No.
Nah.
What the fuck?
Then I suppose you won't mind if we examine your cart?
Yeah, you can go right ahead.
Very well. Privates!
Nev looks at Viz like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
You're about to get all that shit confiscated so
Uh,
fast.
I'm about to get all that shit confiscated.
Two guards.
Wasn't the Conclave the ones who basically hired Nev for that gun job, if I recall correctly?
Yeah,
Is
but
there
they
any
don't,
guy-
they don't,
is there-
they don't
is
know
there
because
any-
they're gonna be sus either way.
Is there any guy here in a burgundy cloak? By chance?
No, not at the moment.
God damn it. So yeah, my contact
Just
is
for a
like
job.
The two begin to begin to walk around the cart and just kind of look in. They see the guns. They kind of raise an eyebrow. One of them kind of comes back to the lieutenant and kind of just whispers something. Kind of crosses his arms and looks at you. Viz, can you make a persuasion check, please?
Yes. Yes, I can. Nat 20
Nat 20.
plus 7.
I think I know who you are. Alright. Let them in. Our associate is meeting you. She's not arrived yet. But stay out of trouble. Don't associate with the drip if you see them.
Viz will mention that back in the other town that we were they had to send a message about possible drip activity from that one dude. I forgot his name right now, but he mentions the one private or whatever that was saying like his person he was with was like missing.
That's right. You pass along the information and he nods and goes, "Very well. I will let my superiors know. If you need anything, I am Lieutenant Castillo. You can find me here in the barricade."
Sounds good.
Our associate is supposed to be meeting you at La Cantina del Encanto. Head through town, take a left. You should find it.
I'm sorry, I have a post-it note here. This is out of character. I have a post-it note here that says the Trolley Inn.
Yeah, I made a mistake. Trolley Inn's in a completely different town.
that shit's back the way we came.
Sorry.
That actually has a post-it note with that written down.
It's in a completely different town. I confused. The Trolley Inn is the inn in Sudbury. I got it completely wrong. This town is an Espanian town, so it's La Cantina del Encanto.
We're just gonna call it La Cantina for right now. Okay?
Yeah, you can call it the Cantina. Yeah, that's fine too. It's fine.
Nev's like,
The
shit, wrong
cantina.
What? What?
The cantina.
The Cantina.
The Cantina.
Just say it as white as you possibly can.
The canteen.
The Cantina.
Canteen.
The cantina.
I want to go down to the Cantina del Encanto.
Oh God!
Okay. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Nevertheless, they let you pass. You begin to move through the town, and in general, you can see that there's kind of two-ish sections to this town in general. There seems to be like a quay area where there's like ships that have kind of just like, they're not ships, they're more like boats that span, it's like a colonial style bridge that kind of spans the Blackwater and connects both sides of a small river that leads out into the actual lock. There's wrought iron railings that exhibit like really interesting details contrasting the contaminated water below. And you see river boats of that like same colonial design that you've seen so far. Their hulls are very marked by adversary though. Like you can see that this town's taken a beating. Like it's probably really pretty when it's not under siege. But there's a damper in the town in general. You don't see a lot of people walking among the streets. You continue moving through the town, and in the center of town, right around a like a central fountain, you actually see a fountain that is bone dry. You see a central square, which has beautiful like roofs of red tiles and Moorish arches, and right in the middle there's like a beautiful mural of tile that looks to be some kind of sun, vibrant colors, but the wrought iron tables and wicker chairs are empty or very sparsely occupied. You get the sense that this is probably a market, but it's really, really sparse. And you do see a couple operators moving about here as well, kind of just keeping an eye. There's also behind it a very, very, like a chapel. It's like a Mudajar style like bell tower, weathered by time and like traces of some kind of fight. There's broken stained glass that has light filtering in. it still gives off a sacred atmosphere, but it's taken a beating. And there is that same symbol of like the sun kind of on one of the spires, like the beautiful like top spire of this chapel has a sun engraving. And you see people shuffling in. It looks to be one of the busier places in this town. And a lot of the townsfolk, when they're jumping from street to street, just kind of like going where they need to go, they'll like jump in and stay inside for a little bit. So there's something interesting there about that. But across from the market, you do see this little, there's like a rustic charm style building, very similar to that same architecture that you've seen of the like Andean construction, like the bright colors. A little dim, paint kind of peeling away in some spots, but a 2-story building with a place to hitch horses outside that has faint music coming from it. It's not very happy music, but it is music, and it's quieter than normal. But you can see like terracotta tiles that kind of lean up to the place, and wrought iron accents along the outside of the walls. There is a sign above it that does say La Cantina del Encanto, and there is like a little, like a magical burst that kind of shoots out from behind the sign. Like it's painting. It's a painting of like a magical burst shooting out from behind the sign.
Evan, if you don't have Viz walk through the double doors of the cantina like a cowboy, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
He was made for this.
You got the hat, you got the spurs, you got the guns.
I'm sorry, all I'm imagining when you were describing that, though, is just fucking Oga's Cantina, because I worked there for months.
Definitely not.
This is all I'm envisioning.
It's gotta
We're
be
in Star Wars now.
We're in Star Wars, Shex.
Yeah, Viz will find a place to park.
Wait, we going in now? The guns are not ready yet.
Yeah, but we kinda like, I don't know, I gotta find a spot where I gotta put this.
That's fair. We should probably find a hotel or an inn to stay at. Cause I don't know when this contact's gonna get here. If they're gonna get here today, if they're gonna get here tomorrow.
That is true.
I still gotta assemble everything and test them. And I don't think anyone's gonna like me testing them when it looks like they've already been through a whole war.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, let's find a place to stay too.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking around for a place to stay? Like, how are you looking for a place to stay?
Anything that would be kind of like, looks kind of like an inn, or yeah.
Well, the cantina would fit that bill. There
Okay.
definitely looks like there
it
is
does.
rooms upstairs.
Awesome. We'll just do that then.
Yeah, I'm sure there are other inns probably in the town, but they don't offer the same kind of bar experience downstairs that the cantina would have.
Well, bar in it is.
All right. So you guys hitch up the horses and head inside?
Yeah.
All right. You see
Lock up the guns.
You see as you step inside, these terracotta tiles that line the floor, complemented by wrought iron accents that seem to move through the space. Wooden beams overhead that support a ceiling adorned with like really vibrant papel picado, casting like a really colored shadow on the patrons below. As you enter, the air is filled with a comforting aroma. Spices, herbs, there's a faint melody of a guitar, that sound that you heard outside playing in the background, really, really light. The musician's kind of just like basically plucking. The central gathering space features really sturdy wooden tables and chairs, which is really good for lively conversations. And there's an old fireplace that sits in the corner, flickering with a really soft, warm light. You see that there is an upper level, holy fuck. There's an upper level with wrought iron railings that provide a view of the main hall, and there's probably rooms up there as well. And when you can't, I'm assuming that when this place is usually packed, which it isn't right now, there are cushioned benches and low tables to create a more intimate setting for quieter discussions upstairs and then placed around the space. The walls are adorned with really beautiful framed photographs and paintings of vibrant scenes of Clanshire and the surrounding area, like pre-war. And you realize how nice of a town this probably once was. And colorful Papa Picado banners that sway gently from a ceiling. They seem pretty tattered and out of use. Inside, there's only 4 people, in this whole bar, including the bartender. Behind the bar, you see what looks to be like a seasoned half-elf bartender, copper-colored skin, a salt and pepper beard. He seems to be like stirring what looks to be a pitcher filled with like a really like brightly colored drink. And sitting at the bar across from him is a half-orc man. Crisscrossing scars on his face, buzzed dark hair, really like well-groomed tusks that are surprisingly white and clean. And he seems to be in the middle of a story with the bartender, kind of just like leaning back and telling a story. It doesn't fully seem to notice you all enter right away. Sitting on the other end, who seems to be kind of like leaning back with her arms against the table, a cross between disappointed and bored. You see what looks to be a tiefling who's completely rose pink, like a really pretty blush rose pink color. Wearing a really, really flowy, frilly, long dress. And shoes that look like dancing shoes, but clearly she's like not having the best time because it's a pretty empty bar right now. She has like really like curled horns and a pulled back and braided dark hair. And she's kind of staring in the other end at a figure who is kind of like sulking in the corner, who looks actually to be headed in your direction already. The last individual is a woman. She's half-elven, about 5'11", very athletic looking, really short, shaggy black hair. And as she approaches you, you see like sharp hazel eyes that are wide with anger and frustration. She has a really prominent scar that cuts across her left cheek, and her jaw's kind of set in a hard line. She's wearing what looks to be like a simple tunic, though you do see that there is a vest that goes over it, and you realize this is like the off-duty garb of an operator, one of the soldiers here in town, or the Crown's Guard, essentially. It seems to be really maintained and impeccable despite the fact that it's her off-duty uniform. And she's moving in your direction. She kind of eyes you all as she passes and goes, "Excuse me," and just pushes through. The bartender notices you all approach and goes, "All right, look at that. Fresh faces. Come, take a seat. Are you looking for rooms? You look not from here."
Or we'll walk up and go, yes, we would like some rooms, please.
That's no problem. We've got a bit of a vacancy right now. We have 3 rooms. 2 with 2 single beds and 1 with a double.
Or just kind of looks at the group like, kind of giving a look of like, that okay?
Fine with me.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, we'll take those, please.
Fantastic. It'll be 5 silver for the night for each room.
Remind me again how much 5 silver is in gold. That's
5 silver is half a gold.
Yeah.
okay.
10 silver is 1 gold.
Gotcha. Okay.
Here are your keys. And he just reaches over and hands you like they're all 3 keys on like a loop and just puts them in your hand.
Aurora accepts it, and she gives a gold for I guess probably will be her room and whoever wants to bunk with her.
Wait.
Or wait, do we pay?
It's 5 silver for all of them, or one
yeah,
gold
1
for...
gold pays for 2 rooms.
Would pay for 2 rooms. Okay, yeah. So because I only have gold.
So it's going to be a gold. Well, you can exchange your gold for silver at any time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll be 1 gold and 5 silver for the whole thing.
1 gold and 5 silver. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'll put money in. I'm not like buying. I'm just pushing in for it. I'll put in the. You already put a gold. I'll just put another gold just in case. I don't know.
Yep.
As you kind of pass the money aside, take the keys, you do notice you've attracted the interest of the 2 patrons who are actually in here. The half-orc kind of looks over and kind of scratches his beard as he kind of stares at you, just kind of picking over each of you with a one-over, just trying to figure out what your vibe is. The tiefling, on the other hand, kind of steps forward and slips between all of you with a very charming smile. Well, finally, something interesting. What brings all of you here? Nobody wants
Business.
to come to Glenshire. Business.
Sorry.
Business. I'm sorry, the reason business.
Nah, you're straight
I'm
to the
so
point.
tired right now.
Oh,
Wait, what'd
she's-
she say?
She said, you're straight to the point now, aren't you? You're no fun. Are the rest of you like her, then? Not interested in any kind of
Hey,
conversation?
I'm plenty of fun. I've just pulled 2 all-nighters.
Yeah, pardon her. She's a bit sleep deprived.
Darling, aren't we all? Fine.
No.
No need to be a bother, then. Just wondering what could possibly be bringing unfortunate souls to this town at this time.
Fountain.
Well, what
We've
brings
heard
you
there-
here, then?
Fountain.
Yeah.
Yes, we've heard there's been some issues with it, and we're here to look into it.
That's the business we're here for.
Alright, looking to get yourselves killed, then.
How do you mean?
Huh?
That raises an eyebrow.
Loves, the fountain was claimed by the Drip many weeks ago. There's nothing them nor the operators can do about it. And the Conclave, just as useless. And the orc goes, oof, Rosa, you make some bad calls. Don't want to get them on your bad side. She goes, so what? They're not doing anything to help us anyway.
Well, we're here to help.
Are you? She kind of looks over, gives you a one-up. You look capable. Looks at the rest of you. Can't say the same thing for most of you. Most of you look like ordinary folk.
Jesus
Judgy on.
Why I oughta?
I'm role-playing a chicken.
Like fucking
Guys,
sound.
I'm
You sound like one of those cats that is like making out slightly human sounds.
Exactly. That's exactly how she sounded.
Aurora looks at her and goes, "Oh, believe me, this entire group is quite capable."
Huh. Well, things might finally start getting interesting around here then. She holds out a
would
hand
say-
to you.
Aurora
Rosa.
looks at the hand. She looks at the hand. She looks at Red like, "What do I do?" And then-
Rhett without Rosa looking simulates handshaking.
Aurora takes Rosa's hand and shakes it. Aurora.
Interesting. And the rest of you all plan to get yourselves killed as well then, eh?
That's a
Yeah.
daily occurrence. Why not?
And then just, yup.
Yeah.
It's actually my career.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Gods be willing, maybe you'll get that fountain up and running before you meet an unlikable end.
You have such high hopes for us.
I don't have high
You're
hopes
also
for many
being-
people, love.
You're also being so non-specific. What do you mean? So the Drip have taken it, but it's still not up and running. So if we were to go get it up and running, we would have to like fight them. Like, what exactly do you mean by that?
She kind of looks at you, looks at the half-orc. The half-orc kind of just shrugs his shoulders. The bartender is busily making, like, another drink, trying not to get involved. And she goes, you don't have much interaction with them, do you, dear?
No,
Shame.
I'm not from here.
Well, lucky you. If the Drip claims something, it's theirs. If you try to fix it, you draw their ire. There's a good guy. Johnny. Good fella. He tried to get the fountain up and running again too, you know. Walked all the way over to Mr. Shore Whisper's tower. Drip smoked him on the way back. Body littered with arrows. Anything on him, long gone.
They were quite specific about this gun.
If we
How
get
long
it,
have you been here?
Me? I've lived here my whole life, dear.
Yeah.
Make a habit of visiting the cantina. Usually I dance here, but not much point in dancing when there's no company, huh?
I think Cecilia's just kind of like turning to the group. If we get it up and running again, will they just shut it back off?
I mean,
Perhaps we should do some looking around before we use what was given to us to fix the fountain. Make sure that it doesn't happen.
Can I insight this girl?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Based on the attitude, like, obviously it might just be someone who's just like, kind of like, whatever at this point. Everyone tries, everyone fails, kind of. She's trying to make sure, because if the drip are around, anyone could be trying to, like, gain information on new travelers.
Sure, go ahead
and still be part of the drip. He wants to know if her sarcasm. Yeah, he wants to know if her sarcasm has a backbone to it.
Sure.
That is. Let me double check. What was my insight? That's a 17.
This is a very good-looking tiefling woman who is very, very used to having this bar be the highlight of her life. As you look at her now, she's dehydrated. She doesn't seem to be well kept, almost a little sickly. If there was life in her, it's long gone.
Well, once we figure out what we're getting ourselves into here, we're still going to try our best to get this well up and running so that we can make points at this whole place this a little bit more lively again. And this whole place.
You sound like Alex. You know what?
Yeah, but maybe I'll live.
What the hell? I like you. She looks over towards the bar. Hey, Carlos! Why don't you get him a pitcher of sangria? And he looks at her and goes, Are you sure? She goes, Yeah. I feel like they might be worth it. There's a moment of where he kind of pauses. She, like, tosses him a couple coins. And he goes over and starts making a pitcher and then passes it your way. And it's a huge pitcher of what looks to be, like, a refreshing blend of, like, red wine, citrus fruits, maybe a little bit of brandy. Looks delicious.
Ooh.
Not very hydrating, but delicious.
Why, thank you.
You know, this is just what I might need to get through the rest of this fucking gig.
Well, it's Carlos's specialty. But if you really can put the water on, I would owe you many more sangria pitchers, is all I can say.
All right, I think that's a plan then. As he takes a sip.
So where are you lot starting then? What's your big plan?
We're one to come up with a plan as we go along sometimes. Keeps things interesting.
We're improvisers.
I take back what I said about you being like Alex. Because that is...
Don't worry, it's laced with sarcasm. We'll come up with something. We're trying to gauge what's going on here first.
Well, if you're trying to gauge what's going on, I would go take it up with the operators. You just missed Alex, but they're all over the place.
Was Alex the one who just stormed off?
Yeah, that was her.
Oh.
She's been in a real fit for the last couple of weeks.
She did not
Why's
seem
that?
in a good mood.
Nah. She always was a little touchy, but everything going on just makes it worse.
You know where she's heading right now?
Donnie, did you hear where she was headed? And the half-orc kind of shrugs his shoulders and goes, probably back to her post, but, maybe she went to go see the general? And she goes, I doubt she went to go see the general. But if you're looking, I would give the Plaza de Sol another shot. She lives there, so you might find her walking around, or at the very least in her home.
Okay.
That seems like a good place to start. Thank you.
Of course. If the water gets back on, I'll run my mouth all you want.
Aurora looks at Rhett like, please translate.
Means what it says.
Yeah, she's not hitting on you. If that was
No, yeah,
like, that's what my rep means. It's like, it means what it means. She needs water.
Girl needs to hydrate.
Girl is dehydrated. No laced undertones from what I can see.
I mean, she's very attractive, but she's not thinking of anything else but when she's getting water next.
She's like, man,
You
I'll
want
go
for water.
talk about that type of shit. Give me water. Fair. Well, I guess then. It's also really, really funny to me when looking at the messages. All Allie says is, "Are we gonna have to fight the drip?" She's like, "Are we really gonna do that?" We just ran away from the
Allie
drip.
and I are having PTSD from the last time.
Yeah. You guys are. Well, you guys don't know what happened. You just know the drip is
No,
terrifying.
but we just know that we have, like, whenever we hear the drip, we just have, like, a bah.
Does Rhett notice that from both Cecilia and Aurora?
An anxiety.
Yeah, I
Definitely.
mean, Aurora's pretty impassive looking, but she's probably, I just say, like, her ear will definitely, like, her ears will flatten against her head.
And then Rhett looks at the fucking fairies who are like, oh god, caught in the crossfire. Oh, fuck. Well, then I guess we're gonna follow Alex? Is that what we're gonna do? Go find Alex?
Nev's like, I'm gonna stay here and work, because I got a lot to do still.
Yeah, fair warning. If she's gonna stay here and work,
It will be quite loud.
It's just gonna get a little bit loud. It's okay. You can
you
tune me
won't.
out.
You can dance to it, but it won't be music.
It's like dubstep, you know?
Whatever dubstep might be. I think that's an Umberfall thing.
She kind of looks over.
Absolutely.
She looks over at you, kind of interested. What are you working on?
Stuff.
God, you
Are-
are
what?
so boring.
Isn't someone gonna have to lug all of your stuff up to your room?
Look, I'm
get used
the
to
kind of
her.
person you really gotta talk to get to know.
You get used to this.
And yeah, Nev is dragging all her big pieces of metal and these
I like to imagine the entire time.
gun-shaped molds.
That's really funny because all I can imagine is the entire time we were talking to her, she's just going back and forth,
Like going back and
Doing
forth, back
this.
and forth.
back and forth to get the stuff up to these rooms.
Exactly.
There's like an
this
ant
woman
movement.
still has the
ant
gall
movement
to call
shit.
her boring.
The tiefling woman kind of just like shrugs her shoulders and goes, "Well, that's a shame, love. You catch more flies with honey, but whatever." Well,
Nev, she said that you don't have honey.
You catch even more with mold.
I am very
I think-
confused by both those statements, but I think it's time that
You're
we
He's gonna look at her. I was like, "You're gonna have a fun time with her." I swear. He's like got the sarcastic grin.
she kind of rolls her eyes and goes back to her drink. But
Aurora gives Rhett a look.
nevertheless, you guys find yourselves in a new town, in a new tavern, in a new place, with a whole lot of chaos going on around it. And as Nev starts lugging her stuff back in and out, and you guys think about what it is you're going to do next, and how it is you're going to find this Alex, we're going to end the session tonight. Thanks for playing,
Is it
guys.
Sunday?
Jesus.
Ooh.
Who
I
said
said,
what?
is it Sunday?
Jesus. Thanks for playing, guys. This was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually got to clinch her.
Jeff, I
I
only
was
got
worried
there.
we weren't
Yeah,
going to
we
go
got
over
there.
5
We got
in
there.
5
We got
hours.
there at the 5-hour mark. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus. Anyway.
Okay.
Sorry for the diversion.
It's all good.
Oh, hey, that was
fun.
fun. No,
what?
chaotic.
Sorry.
I messaged.
Why are?
Anyway, I'm gonna stop the stream now.
I'm just glad that